Good morning. I'm going to call the order of the Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, May 14th. May you have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Alejo, who will join us shortly.
Are there any additions or corrections?
No additions or corrections, Chair.
For closed session, of course. And now we'll call for closed session, items 1A through 1D. Is there any public comment? See none. And the board will recess, and we'll be back around 10:30.
local Spanish, and then I'm pretty sure we need to unmute both of those. So give me 1 minute, and I'll take care of that. Good, can you unmute
Okay.
Zoom English and Zoom Spanish? Okay, Valerie, let's just go ahead and give it a whirl.
Anna, are you there? Oh, good, we can hear you perfect. I see you signed into English and Spanish, so you are good to go. Yeah, it would be nice, but that's okay. I think we're good, just as long as we can hear your voice, and you sound a little under the weather. Oh, no. Yeah, that's not good. I don't blame you. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, that's fine.
Get well, Anna.
Yes, feel better. Okay. So let's wait for DA. Diego from the English webinar. Asking you to unmute. Diego? Diego? We only have 7 minutes. I can hear you now,
Hello.
Diego. Are I still don't see you in the Spanish webinar, though.
Yeah, I joined in and put that meeting code, but it's putting me in the English one for some reason.
No, if you go to join and put in the code that we just sent back and forth, it should put you in Spanish as a panelist. And I don't see you in
Can
there
you
at
send me
all.
a link to the Spanish one
Yeah.
or how to join?
Yeah, let me send it to you right now. Because we got to hurry up and get going. Maybe we should try next time with Anna starting, so until we get you squared away. But let me send you the link right now. Hold on one second. Alex, it didn't copy the link. Diego, I just sent you the link. Thank you, Kristen. I know I'm trying to test with the Spanish interpreters.
Yeah, Valerie, I haven't got that yet in. It hasn't come through.
Okay. Give it a few minutes. It looks like, I mean, I went through on my end, so give it a few minutes. Because once you click on that, you should sign in as a panelist.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong. I put in that meeting Spanish web ID and put me in the English one.
Yeah, on the computer, you put the Spanish one. On the phone, you put the English one.
Correct. I'm on the English one on the phone.
Yeah.
It's supposedly in the Spanish one, but it's
Can we invite him?
Maybe. Let's
If,
see.
like, can we invite him via,
Let's see.
because he's logging in on his computer, right? Do we have
yeah, nothing's come through my email.
It did or didn't?
Did not.
He's not part of the county. If we have his email, we
Yeah,
can do it
I
via
do.
just the email. No, because that's just gonna copy it. We could read him the meeting ID. That's the last.
He said he tried to put it in and it's not taking it.
We can't move him either.
Yeah.
There's like no way we can do that.
It still hasn't come through, Diego?
No, I haven't got anything from you.
It's not going to junk or anything, or,
Let me see.
because it says on my end it went through.
No, nothing.
So you went into join and you typed in the 954-6551-7952 on your computer?
No, I click on the link that you sent me on May 3rd.
Yeah, go to
And I
join, go to
joined.
Zoom on your computer and sign into Zoom. Are you in yet? Diego, are you in Zoom yet?
Did he leave there? No, I see him in English.
Yeah, he's in English. No, there's 6 participants. Let me see. Oh, no. Diego? Anna? Anna? Do you think you can start the meeting because we can't get Diego in just to make the interpreter announcement? Yes. Yep. Up by security? Okay, thank you. Okay. Diego, I'm going to have Anna make the announcement.
I don't think Diego can hear
No.
you because you're on the Spanish channel. That one.
Diego, I'm going to have Anna make the announcement.
Good morning. We'll reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And the announcement by the Spanish Interpretation Services?
Anna?
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. This is Ana Rueda de Vidales, and Diego Celis and I will be providing Spanish interpretation this morning. If you need to hear the Spanish interpretation in the chambers, you have to go near the security, and security would provide you with a headset.
Anna,
Also,
it needs to be done in Spanish.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Apology. Buenos días, soy Ana Rueda de Vidales y voy a ser su intérprete este día. Si usted necesita interpretación, Diego Celis y yo vamos a estarle dando el servicio de interpretación. Si necesita aparatos para escuchar la interpretación en español dentro de la cámara, tiene que ir cerca donde está el guardia de seguridad y ahí le van a dar los aparatos correspondientes. Si usted quiere hacer un comentario público, nosotros le vamos a apoyar por la interpretación. Pero acuérdese de hablar claro, pausado y tomar las pausas necesarias para que el intérprete pueda interpretar lo que usted está diciendo. Gracias. Thank you, Valerie.
you.
You could just let the interpreter know that it's hard to, her sound is kind of, has a lot of static and it's not coming out clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will fix that.
Sounds good now.
Okay.
Thank you. So we go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Lopez, would you like to lead us?
Please rise and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That we'll move on to ceremonial resolutions. We have 5 of them here today. Is there any public comment on any of the ceremonial resolutions? Seeing none. Moved by Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Adams second. And those in favor of the resolutions? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. With that, I think I've got 2 to present, Supervisor Adams and Supervisor Alejo. So we'll go with, I'm going to go with number 2 here, which is for the Older Americans Act Month. I'm not sure who's exactly, I have a list. Oh, great, good. Okay. Wasn't sure who to call. Good morning. This is
It's on.
Older Americans Act. I need to get my microphone here. There we go. There we go. This is Older Americans Act month for Monterey County. And Older Americans Act was signed into law in 1965 and is the first federal level initiative aimed at providing comprehensive services for older adults. This year, the theme is Powered by Connection, which advocates for aging and disability networks that connect older adults, persons with disabilities, families, and caregivers with enhanced community social services. The Act now serves as a major vehicle for the organization, dissemination, and delivery of social, nutritional, and now connectivity services to our aged, disabled, isolated adults and their caregivers through area agencies on aging and independent living centers. In California, Governor Newsom signed into law the Master Plan for Aging, which identified 5 bold goals: housing for all ages and stages, health reimagined, inclusion and equity, not isolation, caregiving that works, and affordable aging. And with that, I have 2 resolutions to present here. 2. And you have the other one. Very good. It's a pleasure to get that to you. And who would, you want me to hold one while you speak? Yes, maybe.
Thank you, Supervisor, Church, and members of the board. So on behalf of the County of Monterey Area Agency on Aging, our staff, our advisory council members, partners, and providers, thank you for recognizing the importance of Older Americans Act and its impact on older adults, in persons with disabilities, families, and caregivers in our community. Locally, the Older Americans Act funding is overseen by the Area Agency on Aging, which is embedded under the Department of Social Services and its Adult and Aging Services branch. The AAA manages $11 million in Older American Act funding and contracts with local agencies for a wide variety of services that includes food and nutrition, family caregiving, health promotion, legal services, Medicare counseling, long-term care ombudsman, fall prevention, information, referral, and assistance. Our local network of service providers, also joined with me today, is Alliance on Aging, Alzheimer's Association, Center for Independent Living, Health Project Centers, Legal Services for Seniors, Loaves, Fishes, and Computers, Me Memorial Hospital, Meals on Wheels of the Monterey Peninsula, also Meals on Wheels of the Salinas Valley, North County Recreation and Parks District. These partnerships support services that are very vital to our community, and it considers the adults that are aged 60 years and older, which are the fastest growing population. They are living longer, facing more physical and mental health challenges, experiencing caregiving shortages, and also encountering housing shortages, with individuals aged 50 and over being the fastest growing homeless population. Also, we would like to thank Bobby Blakeney, our advisory council member, for writing our Older Americans Act resolution this year. So thank you very much, Bobby, and I believe you have a few words you want to share with us.
Once again, my name is Bobby Blakeney, and I am on the AAA Advisory Council, and it's so good to see everyone here. Believe it or not, we're all aging. If you need information on any of the services that you or your family members, always remember the number 211. That will get you to the information and referral assistance at social service and also at CECL. Okay? I want you to remember 3 words. We are in a very diverse community. So that means the services that you may want may not be the same as the next person with you. We are to be included, inclusion for everyone, and of course, equity, okay? We want the same. We know it's not going to be the same, but we want to remember that we are diverse, we're including, and we want equality and inclusion for everyone. Thank you. With that, I'm going to break protocol just a little bit, and I'm going to read a poem. The name of this poem is Words to Live By. Life isn't fair, but it's still good. Your job won't take care of you when you are sick. Your friends and parents will. Stay in touch. You don't have to win every argument. Just agree to disagree. Make peace with your past so you won't have to screw up the present. Don't compare your life to others. You have no idea what their journey was. Over-prepare and then go with the flow. Be eccentric now, but don't wait for old age to wear purple. Frame every so-called disaster with these words. In 5 years, will this even matter? What other people think of you is none of your business. Your children only get one childhood. If we threw our problems into a pile and saw everyone else's, we'll grab ours back, believe me. Envy is a waste of time. You already have what you need. No matter how you feel, get up, dress up, and show up. Life isn't tied in a bow, but it is still a gift. At this time, I'd like to present this resolution to the Alliance on Aging, one of our partners from the AAA and from the AAA Advisory Council. Ms. Nikki is their public relations person. Ms. Nikki?
On behalf of Alliance on Aging, I'd like to thank you, and I'm going to turn it over to Janet Franks. She wants to say a few words.
Hi, Janet Frank. I'm a California Commissioner on Aging, and I reside in Monterey. And I've had the pleasure of working with the Alliance on Aging for the past couple years. I wanted to just highlight one of their newest projects, which is the age-friendly and disability-friendly community project, working in Salinas, South County, and North County communities. The purpose of this project is to look at all domains of life in communities and to make sure that they are great for all ages and all abilities for all people. So it's not just about old people or disabled people, it's about all of us. And we welcome your input and thank you so much for joining us on this project.
I really appreciate it.
So the next one is for National Hospital Week. Dr. Harris. We're making this a weekly event. Last week, it was Nurses Month, week? I can't remember right now.
Nurses Week.
Week, okay, yes. So this week, we're recognizing National Hospital Week, which Natividad highlights the dedication of its frontline health care workers who in 2023 provided for 11,000 admissions, 7,100 outpatient visits, 71,000, did I say 71,000 or 7,100? 71,000 outpatient visits, 53,000 emergency visits, 2,400 births, and 4,300 surgeries. And on a personal note, I was fit several of those categories and want to attest for the dedication and the great service that the Natividad Hospital provided in my experience. So Natividad is the area's only level 2 trauma center. And Natividad is a teaching hospital that partners with Hartnell, MPC, CSUMB, and more than 25 other colleges and universities to train healthcare professionals. Natividad has trained the next generation of doctors through its University of California, San Francisco-affiliated Family Medicine Residency Program. Natividad regularly participates in various community events while promoting health and wellness to its staff, patients, and visitors with its farmer market and its Blue Zones approved cafeteria project. So with that, pleasure to present this resolution to you, Dr. Harris. And any words? Or you
Thank you, Chair Church and members of the board. Much appreciated. You know, it's a very exciting week, and I'm joined here with two of my administrative colleagues, Janine and Andrea, representing the other 1,698 roughly employees. And as of today, I actually saw it, 441 doctors. You You know, the American Hospital Association, the theme this year is "We Are Healthcare," and you know, it just really resonates with Natividad because the other part of that with the AHA is the commitment to the community, and that's what we do at Natividad every day. And I am just truly thankful, and I know everybody at the hospital is, at all the fantastic mission-guided work that our folks do every single day, every minute of the day. It's a very special place, and it's fantastic that we're celebrating this week for all of them and the work they do for our patients, for their colleagues and staff, and then ultimately for our community. So thank you for this resolution. It's much appreciated, and we're looking forward to celebrating this week.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo, do you want to? We have. No. Oh.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It is my honor once again to bring this resolution forward celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander History Month for all the proud Monterey County residents. We have so much rich history here in Monterey County. We were the first capital of California under Spain and Mexico. It was here in Monterey County where we petitioned to become the 31st state of the Union. And with that, we've had many different waves of people, migration, immigration come to Monterey County, many times in agriculture, but also many other professions, people who came with dreams and aspirations to call this county their home. And today that makes up the rich, diverse fabric of people that we are here in Monterey County. So this resolution, I want to call up Mr. Herb Wong, who is the president of the Chinese American Citizens Alliance. He's the vice president of the Chinese Association of Salinas, a board member of the Asian Cultural Experience, and a member of the Japanese American Citizens League Salinas Valley chapter. Mr. Wong, if you could step on up here. Every year we honor a different organization, different communities, but this year we're very honored to have Mr. Wong with us. I'm just going to read part of this proclamation. It's a lot longer, but then I'll pass the mic so Mr. Wong could share some words about Chinese American history here in Salinas and in Monterey County. This resolution reads in part, the month of May was chosen as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese to the United States on May 7th, 1843. Asian American Pacific Islanders have made indelible contributions to the history of California and the United States that include, but not limited to, building the transcontinental railroad, serving honorably in the armed forces, fighting for the United States in foreign wars, co-organizing the Delano grape strike, and advocating for civil rights, among many other things. Asian American and Pacific Islanders have endured hardships, including unjust working conditions, prejudice, and discrimination in some of the darkest times in our state's and nation's history, including the Chinese Exclusion Act, the Naturalized Citizenship Ineligibility, Alien Land Law, Anti-Miscegenation Laws, and the Japanese American Internment, as we know that it took place in places here in Salinas. Asian American and Pacific Islanders continue to cultivate, advance, and lead in the fields of art, fashion, business, technology, education, science, government, law, humanities, medicine, sports, and entertainment, to name just a few. Here in Monterey County, over 26,000 Asian American Pacific Islanders call this place their home. But celebrating Asian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month provides Californians with an opportunity to recognize the achievements, contributions, and history of the AAPI community. Here in Salinas, in 1872, Salinas' first Chinatown was established in the vicinity of the current North Main Street underpass, bordered by the Southern Pacific Railroad tracks, San Juan Road, which is now North Main Street, and Pacific Pajaro Street, now Bridge Street and Lake Streets. Salinas' Chinatown had a temple, stores, and a dwelling. However, on June 13th, 1893, this Chinatown was destroyed by a fire. Just a few days later, after that fire, 6 Chinese merchants negotiated with the landlord named Eugene Sherwood. That name is a household name here in Salinas, to lease 8 lots on the corners of Soledad and East Lake Street, where they began constructing the Salinas' current Chinatown, becoming a home and a place to work, shop, and socialize for Chinese, Japanese, and Filipinos. The spiritual needs were met in Chinatown, and buildings were established to that end. The Japanese Buddhist temple, a Chinese Joss house to honor the ancestors, the Filipino Presbyterian Church, and the Confucius Church. These organizations also helped educate the children of Chinatown. The Salinas Confucius Church provides the Chinese American community a religious, social, and peaceful place to gather, promoting a strong sense of cultural pride. So therefore, on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and all our residents, we declare every May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Monterey County, and honor the Salinas Confucius Church, which provides our residents with an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the achievements, contributions, cultures, and rich history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in our county and beyond. So on behalf of the board, we're presenting you this resolution, Mr. Wong. If we could give him a big round of applause, everybody. And I'll hold that with you, and you have the mic.
So I'll make, hello? Yeah, I'll make it short. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, Chairman Church, and the Board of Supervisors. On behalf of the Asian community, we want to thank you for this resolution and the recognitions of our contributions of our communities to Monterey County. I just want to say that we just had a successful Asian festival that's in April, and I look forward to doing it again next year. It will be the last Saturday of April of next year. One thing that we did that occurred recently for the Chinese community is that there was a recognition of the Chinese Americans in their contribution in World War II, and that was done in 2023. And we finished that project, and we were able to get recognition for those Chinese veterans that served in World War II. Right now, our projects in Salinas are focusing on renovating or revitalizing the Chinatown area of Salinas. So hopefully, we'll be back and doing more for the communities, both for our communities and for the public in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take a photo now. Pass that to you. Which one to look at first? Thank you very much. Mr. Rangwan, thank you. Keep up the good work here. And I think Monterey County, we're all supportive of the efforts to revitalize Chinatown. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
We have one more resolution on commemorating 60 years of community action. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Chair Church, and thank you all for being here today. It's really wonderful that we have an opportunity to celebrate 60 years of service from the Community Action Partnership. This is Community Action Month, and as you can see, we have a lot of community active people here. I'm going to read some comments, etc., and I'm certainly going to introduce my appointee to the Community Action Partnership, who also is the chair this year, Mr. Jake Odello. And I appreciate everyone being here. I see Lauren Suasupa. Nice to see you. I see a lot of faces that are very familiar to me. And why don't I go ahead and read the comments, and then we will ask Mr. Odello to make some comments as well. Actually, I'm going to ask you to hold. Why don't you hold this, and I'll hold this. Teamwork. Thank you. So we're adopting a resolution commemorating 60 years of community action and proclaiming the month of May Community Action Month in the County of Monterey. Whereas community action has made essential contributions across this country for 60 years, inspiring a spirit of hope, creating opportunities for millions of people to be a part of the American dream, and improving communities. Community action is a robust state and local force that connects people to life-changing services and creating pathways to prosperity in 99% of all American counties. And I'm just going to go off script for a minute and say the Alliance on Aging and the Area Agency on Aging are good examples of the kind of community partnership and the community action that takes place in our wonderful Monterey County. Community action is experienced in advancing opportunities by coordinating federal, state, local, and private resources to achieve results for peoples and communities. Community action insists on participation and involvement, ensuring that all sectors of the community have a voice and that that voice will be heard. It is a mission in Monterey County's Community Action Partnership to assess the needs of low-income people in Monterey County and develop, maintain, and evaluate community services that empower low-income people and provide them the innovative and cost-effective programs that are available for us in our county. I'm going to skip through a little bit of this, but I want to get to the meat of the matter and just say that Community Action Partnership has realized success in helping people achieve and maintain economic self-sufficiency despite experiencing budget cuts, shrinking resources, and increased demand for services during challenging economic times. Community action is recognized for 60 years of innovation, impact, and providing proven results for Americans. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors in the County of Monterey hereby proclaim the month of May as Community Action Month in recognition of the 60-year legacy of the Economic Opportunity Act and the results achieved by the Monterey County Community Action Partnership, and called this observance to the attention of all Monterey County residents. So thank you very much for allowing us to have this resolution to present to you. And I will look to my appointee, Jay Codello, and see if you'd like to make a few comments. And I'll hold that for you then, if you'd like. Or you could hold it if you want. I'm going to give it up sooner or later.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Adams, very much, and thank you, rest of the Board of Supervisors. This is a milestone year for us as we celebrate our 60th year of community action, but we can't do it without the support of our service providers and our service network, and I want to recognize some of those that we are working with in this current cycle. Community Homeless Solution, the Boys and Girls Club of Monterey County, Gathering for Women, Goodwill Central Coast, Meals on Wheels of the Monterey County, Partnership for Children, Sun Street Centers, United Way, Monterey County, and YWCA, Monterey County. And we cannot serve the population that we represent without that network. And so I encourage everybody in the Board of Supervisors and all of Monterey County to support that network, so we are serving the needs of Monterey County, and we are serving the low-income population. I also want to recognize the amazing team we have here. The CAP staff, the community action staff is just remarkable. And I say this a lot, and I don't say this to toot my own horn, but I serve on various boards in the community and here in Monterey County, and I cannot think of a better staff than we have here in the Department of Social Services, and that has to do with a lot of leadership. Roderick Franks is here today for his leadership. Lauren Suwansupa, who's our former CAP director, and our new CAP director, John Gill, is here today. Adriana, Alex, Teresa Bing, all excellent people to work with, and it makes it very easy to be chair and to be representing District 5 on this commission. And then I also want to recognize the commissioners that are here today. We have Donna Smith, who is our vice chair for our commission, and she is the reason why I do this. She makes it so easy, and it's good to have a partner in crime. We have Irma, our brand new commissioner from District 1. We have Victor, Ronald, and Derek, and they all make it super easy, and just I appreciate all of them. And so I thank all of you, and thank you for this resolution. And please continue to support Monterey County Community Action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can I make a quick comment? Okay, thank you.
Or go ahead.
Thank you. Just while you guys take photos, I just want to say that Community Action Commission and partnership always is one of those things that I will remember. It was through an ad in the Monterey County Weekly, just a little 1-inch ad advertising for vacancies that would literally opened my door to County of Monterey government. It was at one of the Community Action Commission meetings in the parking lot on the way back to my car that I met Supervisor Jane Parker, who was running for office, which literally is the reason I'm sitting here today. So I would just encourage you guys to take every opportunity to explore the county through the Community Action Partnership, go on all the tours, get engaged, and take all the paths that become open to you. The work of Community Action Partnership to make sure that everyone in our community, even those who earn the lowest wages or have the greatest needs, that our job as government is to make sure that we're providing those safety nets. And that's a message and a mission that I carry with me in every space that I'm making decisions today. So just a huge thank you to everything that you guys are doing and the voices that you're representing and the mission that you're carrying on. It really does make a difference and it matters. Thank you.
And good to see you, John Gill.
With that, I'd like to ask for any additions or corrections from the clerk.
Yes, there is one correction to the consent calendar for the Health Department, and that is a revised board report was received. Excuse me.
Thank you. I also want to mention that item 11, which was originally scheduled for the morning, has been moved to the afternoon and is now item 12.1. It is for the public comment period on the Urban County Community Development Block Grant. With that, we'll move to appointments. And we have 3 appointments on here. 2 of them have just single candidates. 1 of them has multiple candidates. So I think I'd like to separate these 2. If we could take items 6 and 7.
Move approval.
So moved.
I have a public comment first. Is there any public comment on just items 6 and 7? Seeing none?
There are 2 hands raised.
So the folks that want to raise their hands for public comment, we're going to, if you're for item 8, which is for the Monterey County Regional Fire District Board of Directors appointment, we're going to take that right after we go over 6 and 7.
So now just 1 hand raised, 705, phone number ending in 705.
705, this is you're probably looking for a general public comment, but this is just for public comment on the appointments. If you have something you want to comment on that, feel free to. Now you have 2 minutes. Okay. Then we had a motion. Do we have a second for the 6 and 7? Okay, second. Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Adams. All those in favor on items 6 and 7, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Those pass. We'll go to item 8, which is for an appointment to the Monterey County Regional Fire District. I believe we have a few candidates up there, and I'll turn it over to staff.
Yes, this will be presented in coordination with Karina, who's bringing up the PowerPoint for today. We do have several candidates that we'd like your board to take a look at. We did review the applications that were submitted with the application package. I believe there's only one individual that didn't meet the guidelines, and it was really had to do with the location that this person resides. So with the presentation, we'll actually give you the overview of the different individuals and locations. So this is for appointment with the Monterey County Regional Fire District Board of Directors. And next slide. These are the individuals that have submitted their application packages. It's Amy Dale. She's been serving since August 2022 and has an expiration. I'm sorry, this is the current composition. I apologize for that. With their terms of expiration and when they began to serve and which districts they reside. This specific appointment, there are a couple districts that would be included, and it is District 5 and District 4. I believe we also include an additional district. Or is it just the 2 districts? I apologize.
For the applicants?
Yes.
It was just these 2 districts.
Okay. Thank you. And so in looking at the applicants who submitted their packages, it's Brent Buki, District 5, and we confirm that each of these individuals does reside within the Regional Fire District's jurisdiction. Efrain Valentin, District 4, Eric Fajardo, District 5, John Olson, District 4, and Terry Short, District 4. And so for your board's consideration, the information was included in the related board agenda item. And with that, we turn it over to you for a discussion.
First, I'd like to see if there are any of these 5 candidates that would like to make any comment. Are there any in the chambers or any online? And this is just for these candidates initially here, and then I'll go for general public comment. I see nobody in chambers.
Terry Short is online.
Yes, Terry, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Good morning, Chair, Church, and Supervisors. Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Terry Short, and I am an applicant for the Monterey County Regional Fire District Board seat. The Monterey County Regional Fire District, established in 1934, has a rich history of serving our community. With 7 fire stations strategically located throughout the county, the district provides a wide range of services beyond fire protection. Some of these include medical response, vehicle accidents, rescues, and more. The district's dedication to its mission and the community is one of the reasons I am applying for the role within the organization. Drawing on my extensive background in community service and governance, I am confident that my experience and knowledge will enable me to make a positive impact on the fire district. As the chair of the East Garrison Community Services District Advisory Committee, I have developed a profound understanding of the East Garrison Station and its crew. This familiarity will enable me to hit the ground running and make well-informed decisions. Additionally, in my role as the board director for the Monterey County Fairgrounds since 2015, this has provided me the opportunity to collaborate with our CAL FIRE team during emergencies, the pandemic, and other state requirements for our property. Furthermore, I have served as a commissioner for the City of Salinas on the Traffic and Transportation Commission for many years. Through my extensive community service, I have gained valuable insights into the significance of community relationships and technical details for each organization. Moreover, my involvement in various other boards and commissions over the past 2 decades has equipped me with the skills and expertise needed to effectively represent the district's interests. Transparency, collaboration, and honoring commitments are fundamental principles that guide my work. I am renowned for treating with compassion and fairness, and I consistently try to find common ground. My dad,
Yes, you're out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other candidates? Okay. Is there anybody from the public that would like to comment on appointments for these positions or this position? See nobody in the chambers.
There is Priscilla Walton.
Yes, this would be for appointment to the Monterey County Regional Fire District. If that is your comment, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I would like to support the appointment of Terry Short for the 4th District. I have a long history of knowing Terry and the work that she's performed, and she's been excellent in terms of her experience, her vision on a number of local boards, including the Fire Board. She'll represent the East Garrison community well, and there's currently no representative District 4 on that fire board. And I think it's important to also have a woman on that board. And most of all, not only will she represent the immediate East Garrison district, but she has the ability to see the larger picture and work collaboratively to the benefit of the entire district. Thank you.
Thank you. No other comments? Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back here to the board. Then for Supervisor Adams, you got your hand up first.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I'm going to speak to the appointment of recommended appointment of Brent Buki from my district. But before I make any comments about Brent, I just want to say that I think Terry Short would be a wonderful, wonderful representative for our county on the Monterey County Regional Fire Department. But I guess I just feel that there are 7 total stations throughout our county, 5 of which are in District 5. There are, at this point, there are 5, there are 2 people from District 2 and 2 people from District 3 and 2 people from District 5. But again, as I said, there's only 1 station in District 3, 1 station in District 4.
Open the windows in there?
Somebody wants to open the windows. I hope it's not because there's a fire someplace. But at any rate, if I could continue, I just want to talk about Brent just for a little bit. Most of us know him. He retired recently after 30 years of public service in Monterey County. He, heading up the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, has a really strong knowledge of the entire county from one end to the other. He has worked in so many different capacities. He has a very thorough knowledge of the various communities within the district and the neighboring areas, and he's worked with the federal, state, and local regulatory and partner agencies and oversight committees. I also am very swayed toward appointing Brent because he's been a volunteer firefighter and engineer for more than 38 years. He even has driven the fire truck for the Santa Fly-In in the parade out in Carmel Valley. So he really brings, I think, just a vast breadth of knowledge as far as firefighting, what actually goes into it. And then more importantly, or equally important, I would say, is just his deep knowledge of the entire county. And I think he would really serve our area well. So as I mentioned, I think Terry would be terrific, but Brent, I think, represents just an important aspect of our county, and I would love to see him appointed as the...
If that's a motion, I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. I want a little discussion there. I just want to point out, too, that this district covers districts 2, 3, 4, and 5, although I understand 5 is maybe the bulk of it. Supervisor Askew, you had a comment.
Yeah, thank you. So, we raised the issue of making sure that we have a fair and transparent process for appointments to the Fire District Board a couple years ago, and it's taken a year to get a process put in place. We've had appointments come up annually. I've raised the issue now, I think, on 4 different occasions of the reality that since the Fire District was formed, East Garrison didn't have a population center. We now have a population center in East Garrison that has effectually been disenfranchised as a result of the historic way that the process for appointments has worked. Additionally, we now have some excellent candidates who've applied with the expectation that there will be fair consideration. Our policy states that we will look at composition and geographic locations. We currently have 2 representatives from District 5 and 2 representatives from District 3 serving on the Fire District Board of Directors. This is a 5th seat that would offer us the opportunity to bring the geographic balance that we've stated on the record and through our policies that we want to see happen. I think I've been very patient and tried to be very patient and allowing for a fair process to play itself out. This is now the point where we have 2 and 2. It's the opportunity to bring in a representative from District 4 representing East Garrison specifically. Of the 4 applicants who've applied, or the 6 applicants, the 6 applicants who've applied, I think I've read all of their applications. And of those applicants, both Terry Short and Ephraim Valentin have served on the Community Services District Board of East Garrison. Terry's currently serving as the CSD Advisory Committee Chair, and as in her own words, I think stated why she would be a good representative, not just for East Garrison, but for the entire fire district. So I would really appreciate the opportunity to appoint someone to bring balance, geographic balance, to this board. And I'd like to make a substitute motion for the appointment of Terry Short to the Monterey County Regional Fire District Board of Directors.
I'll second that. I mean, I think there's a number of good candidates there. Brent Buki is one of them, but I do think Terry brings some geographical diversity, and also as a woman, and particularly a woman of color, I think brings a perspective that is important myself.
Mr. Chair, I just have to call her. She was on the list last time, and we were told that the person who was selected had the ability to represent District 4 as they were employed at CSUMB. That was said on the record here on the dais. And so I'm having a hard time now balancing those two. So yeah, I'm ready for the question.
Okay. All right, we'll put this to a vote then. Oh, did I answer public? I did answer public on this one.
I'll speak then.
Yes.
First, I'm glad we revised the policy. We included that consideration, but it's one of many factors, right? And it doesn't say set in stone that we have to choose from other districts just because we did it. It said, yeah, it's part of our consideration process. Then we look at all the applications, and I was glad to see a very extensive list of 6 very good candidates. I've known Terry Short a very long time. I think she is highly qualified. But even the folks that he didn't know, just seeing their interest and what prompted them and bringing their background, a diverse range of experiences they bring to the table, I think we have a really good list to choose from. But I think Brent Buki, I think we've all, I've had a lot of interaction with him, to know that he brings so much knowledge and he has so much connections and good working relationships with a lot of stakeholders that I think he would be most beneficial to the fire district at this time. I'm glad he retired, but I knew people like Brent don't really retire. They just go on to do other good things in service to their community. And so I think that's what, for me, speaks more to anything. I know what he does. I know what he brings. I've seen his experience. I've seen him during the most challenging of times, multitasking a lot of different challenging projects for the people of Monterey County. And for me, that speaks louder than anything. So I'm going to support the original motion on the table after we take this vote on the substitute. Thank you.
Okay, we have a substitute motion for Terry Short. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
The motion fails on a vote of 3-2. And we'll go back to the original motion then for appointment of Brent Buki. And see no other comments onto there. We'll put that to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes 5-0. With that, we'll move to the consent calendar. So that this is items 19 through 38. Is there any comments from the public on the consent calendar? See none in the chambers.
Phone number 705 still has her hand up.
705, this is for the consent calendar, items 19 through 38. If you would like to speak, you have 2 minutes. General public comment will follow this.
Your pardon, Supervisors. I beg your pardon, Supervisors. I raised my hand accidentally.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll bring back here to the board. I was just saying if anybody wants to pull anything or nope.
I'd like to make comments on item number 36.
No, item 36. Anybody else on comments? Nope, just item 36. Please go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you. This is to approve an amendment to the professional services agreement with Harris & Associates for the general plan housing element 6th cycle, and it's asking to add an additional $625,734 to the existing agreement. And the reason why I want to make a comment is that I'm concerned because there's been just a lot of discontent with the way the housing element work is going. And I'm just concerned that it may take even longer than we have taken working on this. We've already missed 2 deadlines. And I guess what I want to find out is, are we going to need to continually be revising and amending this contract as we have to amend or as we may amend or revise the housing element? So I guess I'm just concerned whether or not we're going to be seeing this over and over and over again. I know there's a not to exceed on it, but I just feel like we're so far behind. We may have more ahead than we are bargaining for with this very first amendment.
I think Mr. Spencer will address that. I see him coming forward.
Good morning, Supervisors. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. Thank you for the question, Supervisor Adams. We are intending to get the contract in place to prepare the environmental impact report for the housing element. That work won't begin until the housing element has some stability, because we need that stability in the project description in order to do the CEQA evaluation. So we have it planned in the timeline of events where we're doing the 30-day public review and comment period. We will have some revisions to the plan that come back, and that is the plan that then we will do the environmental analysis on once that stabilizes. So it doesn't begin before we have some stability in what the housing element looks like. We do plan to stay on budget and on schedule with that EIR work.
Is there anything that we should be kept apprised of as you go into this work so that we know that we're keeping, on track as far as the contract goes, so that we don't end up, as we have seen in a number of different circumstances, where all of a sudden, oh my God, it's just growing and growing and growing. I'm not suggesting that that will happen here, but I want to ensure that we've got like communication in place so that we are conscious that we're not going to blow through this, because it's a lot of money, obviously.
Yeah, we will keep the board and the public informed as we go through the process. And any issues that arise, we'll flag them and we'll make them available for public review and comment.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I'm sorry if I made it awkward, but I just needed to know that you're going to keep us on track. Thank you.
With that, we come back here for approval on the
Second.
Supervisor Lejos, Supervisor Adams. All those in favor on the consent calendar?
Aye.
Say aye. Opposed? Motion passes. With that, we'll move to general public comments. First, I want to ask anybody who's in the chambers that would like to speak. Thank you. And you have 2 minutes for items not on the agenda.
I'm in front of you again with the same suggestion that within District 5, there must be at least 1,000 guest houses, which should be designated as low-income housing units needed by California housing requirements. These permitted units currently cannot be rented nor have kitchens, which are designated to be a toaster oven and a microwave. Most are under 500 square feet. By designating them as with Section 4, Section 8, and 10% above Section 8 income levels, Monterey County would open better neighborhoods to low-income residents. To encourage this, they would offer a discounted property tax for the use of this allowable already built units. My name is Meredith Kroll, and I live in Carmel Valley, and I have a guest house which cannot be rented. I have rented it before to Section 8. I found out I was not allowed to rent it. And I believe that there are many houses in Monterey County which immediately could address the low-income housing requirements. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, please come forward.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Church, Supervisors. My name is Lindsay Stevens. I'm the Vice President of Marketing Communications for C Monterey. I know you guys are used to seeing my colleagues Rob or Alyssa up here in chambers, but I drew the long straw today. They got the short straw. So I'm here today to speak to you a little bit about a couple of the programs that we have currently going on to support our stakeholders around the county. The first is our resident sentiment survey is now live, asking for opinions from residents on tourism and the impact of tourism on Monterey County. I know a handful of you have already shared that with your constituents, and I thank you. We have more than 300 survey responses already with a strong showing right here in Salinas, and we'll continue to push that out over the next few weeks to make sure we do have a representative sample of residents throughout the county in respect to tourism and how tourism impacts our community. Second, I wanted to share information about a program that we're working on now that really celebrates the history and heritage of Monterey County through a visitor lens. Supervisor Alejo couldn't have teed me up any better with the resolution about AAPI month and all of the history and different touch points of cultures throughout history that make Monterey County so vibrant and what it is today. We are finding ways to create content around that in these different touch points in history, whether that be First Peoples, the Spanish, the AAPI immigrants, all the way up to the Oaxacan population that makes Seaside so wonderful and vibrant today. So finding these touch points around throughout history that visitors can come to Monterey County and experience for themselves. We'll be doing this in a number of ways, including media partnerships with well-known outlets, both digital and publications. I'll be traveling to New York City next week to meet with editors from publications like Travel and Leisure, Food and Wine, Better Homes and Gardens, all talking about these different points of history and heritage throughout Monterey County. And then also we'll be doing a satellite media tour, bringing Monterey County right here into newsrooms around the country to talk about these different programs that we have going on. So I thank you for that, and I hope to see you all soon.
Thank you. Ms. Shim?
Okay, good morning, supervisors. I'm Eloise Shim, and I just wanted to comment a little bit more about AAPI month since this is the ceremonial resolution in May. I did attend the Walk of Remembrance this last weekend, and they put out this very nice booklet about the Asian families that were in the Monterey region. And so it was a very nice event. I also went to the ACE Festival, and I wanted to mention, especially to any lawyers in the area, that the first Chinese lawyer, whose name was Hong Young Chang, that's HONGYENCHANG, who went to Yale and went to Columbia and was given a law degree in New York and in Hawaii, but unfortunately he was denied his law degree back in the 1890s from California. So he posthumously received it in 2021, and also there is a center at Columbia University in his name, a law center. So I just wanted to mention him, especially since he was a lawyer, and some of his family did reside, his wife's family resided in Salinas, Chinatown. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to make public comments? Seeing none, I know we have some online.
Yes, phone number ending in 705.
Yes, 705. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. Lorna Moffett here. I am urging you to please start saying no to this affordable housing. As the previous speaker mentioned, there's so many rentable low-income housing that's available. Every building that we build is trees and forests coming down. We are heating up the bay which is killing the bay. If you come down to the water's edge today, you will see a great algae bloom, and it's more and more frequent. The SURF project is going to be tearing up the dunes. MST is not telling you the truth about that it can fit both a train and a bus line between the pillars, the freeway pillars. We went out and measured it. It's 28 feet, something like that. It's impossible. They're going to have to remove the railroad line. And once they do, spending $91 million plus on that project, they certainly will not want to bring back the rail. So we need to put in a small rail system there between Marina and Monterey, which would be charming and people would love it and utilize that money for that, or a carpool on the freeway. There's plenty of room there too. And I urge you supervisors to go out and see for yourself, because tearing up the dunes is hundreds of tons of CO2 that's sequestered in those dunes. And we cannot afford to continue heating up this bay, the most valuable bay in the world. Okay? The most valuable bay in the world. All the mammals from all over the world come to our Monterey sanctuary, and you are killing it by saying yes to the governor all the time. In Marin County, where he lives.
Thank you for your comments.
And phone number ending in 837.
Yes, and 837. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, board members. Brian Rosen here. On the agenda, it says board members may respond briefly to the statement made or questions posed. So I'm asking for, please give me a response. I just went out there and did measure things. And on the marina side, the pillars give very little space. On the 8th Street overcrossing, there's a double track. There's almost no space, very little space. And on the seaside side, again, it's extremely narrow. I guess you could put a train right down the middle of the road like a streetcar. I don't think that's very desirable and not a good idea. They have these wonderful hand cars on the marina side that go on the tracks, and there's a big loop out there. And the tracks appear to be in pretty good shape, at least for a real lightweight hand cars or a lightweight, like a zoo train. What a wonderful opportunity that would be to bring tourism, to have a little train to bring for disadvantaged children to be able to go to the Fort Dunes. Will you please go, will any of you be willing to have a tour out there, meet me out there? We could maybe arrange with the handcar people to go on the tracks, to ride the rails for the first 3 miles. Would any of you be willing to see it for yourself? Seeing is believing. You have to go there, and it would help a lot. We need a good rail coming in. We don't want to preclude it. We don't want grade crossings or the rail going right down. And I understand why they want to do it, because it's very, very expensive to cut and fill and do retaining walls. The train, if it could possibly go through, it would be major expense to a new rail. Rail almost has no impact. You see it for yourself. The berm, the underlayment is wonderful. There's almost no impact to the sand dunes, but there would be a huge impact if the rail had to move. So I'm just asking you if you would all be willing to go out there, and we can work with hand cars and hopefully get a ride with them and just tour. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
it.
comments. Yes. I see nobody else online. That will close public comment. And as I mentioned earlier, item 11 has been moved to the afternoon as 12.1. So with that, we'll move to item 12, which is to public hearing on an appeal from the Thomas family regarding a single-family home construction of a replacement home.
Alex, can you please share staff right? Good morning, members of the board. My name is Haya Honorado. I am project planner for the John Hodge and Stacy Keir application, 8CD planning file number PLN 230140. There is a correction on the board report. The first paragraph on the first page should state the public hearing to consider the denial of an appeal by the Thomas family. The project is located at 3406 17 Mile Drive in Pebble Beach in the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan with the zoning of low-density residential and design control overlay in the coastal zone. The project consists of demolition of an existing single-family dwelling, an attached guest unit and garage, and a detached accessory unit, and replaced with a new single-family dwelling and a detached accessory dwelling unit. Associated site improvements include restoration of the manicured lawn to an oak woodland. The zoning administrator approved the project on January 25th, and the Thomas family filed an appeal on February 9th in accordance with Monterey County Code. The green parcel on the map is the proposed project parcel, and the Thomas family parcel is indicated with the red star, with the ocean and Pebble Beach Golf Course directly to the west and Point Lobos to the south. The appellants contend that the zoning administrator's decision was contrary to law as there was a lack of fair and impartial hearing. There are inconsistencies with the policies contained in the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan, and the project is not categorically exempt from CEQA. The appellants contend that there was a lack of fair and impartial hearing. The project was referred to the Del Monte Forest LUAC on October 5th, 2023, and a member of the family was in attendance. The LUAC voted 6-0 in favor of the project with a recommendation for the neighbors to meet and resolve their issues. The project was then duly noticed for a zoning administrator hearing on January 25th, 2024. The zoning administrator received testimony that the house's design was to intentionally preserve and showcase an existing oak tree, and in order to do so, the house is constrained to move a maximum of 2 feet. A condition was added to accommodate this constraint while also giving the flexibility to re-site the house further away from the sea. The appellants contend that the project will impact scenic and visual resources in the public view shed. As seen from an aerial view, the proposed location of the main house will not be the closest house towards the ocean and will not obscure ocean views from the adjacent properties. As seen from 17 Mile Drive, the parcel slopes downward towards the ocean and the proposed main dwelling will not block ocean views. The project includes planting of coastline oak trees that will be strategically placed to keep ocean views while providing privacy for the residents. This is a sight line from the Thomas residence to Point Lobos. The appellants contend that the project will impact sensitive resources. A Phase 1 archaeological survey was prepared by Achasta Archaeological Resources in January of 2022. While the project site was identified to be within 750 feet of known archaeological resources, the pedestrian survey yielded negative results and concluded that the development would not affect a cultural resource. A biological assessment was provided to assess the parcel and found that the project site has been significantly altered to the point that it lacks significant native habitat and native bird and mammal species. The assessment recommends restoring the site back to an oak woodland and grassland, thus greatly enhancing habitat values for the parcel. The appellants contend that the project will impact historic resources. A Phase 1 historical report was prepared to assess the historicity of the building. While the building has some historical references due to its previous owner being Robert Hunter, who is known for his brokerage firm, and for the architect Wallace Neff, who is known for his Spanish colonial revival architecture, with this house being a prime example of his architecture. However, the house has gone through a number of alterations that has significantly changed the character of the house. It was concluded in the historical report that the house has lost its historic integrity. A peer review of the Phase 1 historic report agreed with the assessment and arrived at the conclusion that the house is not a historical resource. The appellants contend that the project will be detrimental to the health, safety, peace, morals, comfort, and general welfare. However, there is no evidence that the replacement of a single-family dwelling, an accessory dwelling unit on a residential lot conforming to regulations would be detrimental to the health, safety, or general welfare of persons within the neighborhood, as well as visitors to the area and golf course. The appellants contend that the project does not qualify for categorical exemption due to impacts to scenic resources and cumulative impact. Staff has already demonstrated that the scenic and visual resources will not be impacted. Furthermore, the replacement of a single-family dwelling and accessory structure will not cause cumulative impacts. In conclusion, it is staff's position that the project has been fully analyzed and concerns have been addressed through modification of the scope and/or conditions. Therefore, staff recommends that the board find the project qualifies as categorically exempt from CEQA, deny the appeal filed by the Thomas family, and approve the demolition of the main dwelling and ADU and construction of a new main dwelling and ADU and associated site improvements within 750 feet of known archaeological resources. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff on this? And I'll give 10 minutes to each side on this. See no questions from, oh yeah, I'm sorry, Mary, go right ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, just one question. Is this appealable to the Coastal Commission? If this does not go the way they want it to go? Okay, thank you.
No other questions? Give the Thomas family first, or they, here, go ahead. I'll give you 10 minutes to present your position.
Yeah, Chair Church, I just wanted to confirm, in my last board appeal, the applicant went first, and then the appellants followed.
Well, that'll be fine. We can let we can do it that way as well. As the applicants, are they here?
I'm here on behalf of the applicants.
Oh, okay.
While Alex gets me the adapter, unless it's hidden. Oh, sorry. And thank you for the 10 minutes for each side. That gives me time to breathe. Absolutely. Good morning, Chair Church, Honorable Supervisors. My name is Angus Jeffers. I'm here on behalf of the applicants, John Hodge and Stacy Kerr. I'm joined this morning by John as well as David Stoker of Stoker & Allaire Construction. John and Stacy used to live in our county back when John was a graduate student at Hopkins Marine Lab. For the last 35 years, it has been their dream to return to our county as permanent residents. This project is a culmination of that dream. Now, before diving into the project details, I want to thank Ms. Honorato for thoroughly vetting this project and state that we fully support staff's recommendation to uphold Zoning Administrator Novo's approval of this project. I also want to thank John and Stacy for embracing our team's recommendations regarding opportunities to balance their objectives with the public's interest in the coast. To this end, the project avoids all impacts to any trees. We are also proposing to replace 1.5 acres of kikuyu grass with an oak woodland habitat. By replacing the kikuyu canvas with an oak woodland habitat, we will vastly reduce the property's existing water demand, and we can also use the oak woodland to screen the house. But moreover, with the oak woodland screening the house, the applicants would like to replace the existing solid fencing along 17 Mile Drive with an open-style deer fence to improve public views to the ocean. And I'd also like to note that the property is currently overdeveloped with about 21,000 square feet of impervious hardscape. This project was carefully designed to reduce that hardscape by 57%. At the same time, we avoid slopes over 30%. And I want to also make it very clear that there are no archaeological resources on this property. Moreover, there aren't even any archaeological resources within 750 square feet of the property. Our archaeologists, Sue Morley and Brenna Wheelis, carefully looked at every recorded archaeological study in this neighborhood. And in their initial phase 1 assessment, they did identify one site way up on the hill over by Del Ciervo as an identified site within 750 feet. I looked closely at that and recognized that quote-unquote site. It's on a property known as Casa Ladera. In the 1990s, Charles Smith identified shell midden on this site. But for years, talking with Gary Brashini about this site, he was questioned that site because of its vertical and lateral distance from the ocean. In the 2000s, Mr. Brashini took a look at that site and confirmed that no, this is shell midden that was brought from closer to the Cypress Point area and was just used as landscaping fill. It has no integrity at that site. And the county agreed with that analysis, and both our archaeologists, Sue Morley, Brenna Wheelis, have agreed and submitted a supplemental letter confirming, yeah, you're right, that's not a real site. There are no sites within 750 feet of this property. Anyways, based on all the elements I've talked about, this project was approved by the Pebble Beach ARB, despite the appellant's objections. Likewise, it was approved unanimously by the Del Monte Forest LUAC. I do want to be clear that the appellants have expressed serious concerns about this project. In response to these concerns, John modified his office such that it will now be fully enclosed with louvers that will automatically remain closed unless John is in the office and actually wants those louvers opened. Offers to move the house back 2 feet were rejected, as well as John's offer at the ZA hearing to pull the house back 3 feet. We have encouraged the applicants to consider and respond to this offer with the hope of avoiding the present appeal. However, to date, the appellants have only countered our offer by reiterating their demand that the house be pulled back 6 feet. If there are no questions, I would like to reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, we will see, is there, okay. Go right ahead. You have 10 minutes as well. It should come on. I'm not familiar with it myself, but we have our tech expert here on keeps things running.
See it. All right, here we go. And then it's going to show up in 1 second. You're fine. You can put it there. Don't worry. Perfect.
Without Alex, these meetings wouldn't run.
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon, almost through the chair. My name is Jennifer Rosenthal, and I represent the appellants to this project. As already referenced, they are the direct neighbors of the applicants, and they reside and own 3402 17 Mile Drive. And just for a little historic background, their home was originally owned by Bing Crosby, and he would have several parties after the Crosby Pro-Am at this house that we're talking about. So in addition to the issues I raised in the written appeal submitted by my office, I think it's important to highlight some aspects of this project that have not really been addressed in detail so far. So what we're doing is we're talking about demolishing and rebuilding a brand new home on 17 Mile Drive. And as many of you or all of you know, 17 Mile Drive is one of the most famous roads in the entire world. The beautiful, iconic homes, coupled with the panoramic view of the Pacific Ocean, draws visitors from across the world to visit. In addition, this home is on the 13th hole of the Pebble Beach Golf Links. Again, one of the most prestigious areas in the world. People come to the golf course in the thousands to watch professional golfers play themselves and watch tournaments. So not only, given this location, the historic and iconic components of the site, heightened attention must be given to preserving the neighborhood compatibility of the area, and evaluation must be really focused on preserving the development of the coastline in conjunction with what is there presently. So contrary to the findings, this project, as approved, is not consistent with the design of the surrounding homes. The modern residence that was approved is in direct contrast with the home, my client's home, and the home that sits on the other side of the property. It has no resemblance to any of the other homes in the neighborhood, and it is the Del Monte Forest Plan's objective to avoid incompatible developments and encourage improvements that will be consistent in the community. So this is this first photo is this is the outside of my client's home. And
that you can stay here, right? Let's go see. How does that sound?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you. So this is the home on the other side of the applicant's property. This is the home as it currently sits, that the applicants would like to tear down and rebuild this home. So as you can see, this home, as proposed, does not complement the surrounding homes, and it is not compatible with the neighborhood. In addition, and separate and aside, the applicants have proposed a swimming pool to be built right on the right after this side of the house towards the 13th hole. It is unclear from this photo where exactly the swimming pool will go, but according to the building plans, it looks like the swimming pool is going to be placed right there. This is a view from my client's second-story home, and as you can see, they're looking directly into what will be the proposed swimming pool. And this is a closer shot as well. In addition, the swimming pool, as stated on the plans, is 2 feet in the setback, and there has been no explanation as to why it's in the setback and what the surrounding fence will be constructed of and what it will look like. And as you can see, we're just essentially looking directly into the pool from my client's home. This site is over 2 acres in size, and there hasn't been any indication why the pool needs to be placed directly in front of my client's home. It's also really important to note that when you do a Google Earth scan of this portion of the fairway and the area, there are not any other swimming pools directly on the golf course. It's also important to note that, as addressed earlier, my clients had an opportunity to speak at the LUAC hearing and to voice their objections. It was indicated that they had requested only that they would not be in opposition to this project if the house was set back 2 feet. However, it has always been my client's position, then they have been in conversation with the applicants that the house be set back 6 feet. However, that was not resolved amongst the parties. And when we talk about 6 feet, I mean, I'm 6 feet tall, so if we were in relation to where they're proposing, it would just be my height further back. So all in all, this project, as proposed, is inconsistent with the neighborhood compatibility and the intent behind the Pebble Beach Forest Plan to maintain consistency throughout the neighborhood. And we respectfully request you deny the project as proposed.
Thank you. With that, I'd just like to take this out for any public comment on this. Is there anybody in the chambers or anybody online that would like to make a public comment on this matter?
There's phone number ending in 837.
It's phone number 837. Yes, do you have your 2 minutes would be on this particular project?
Oh, hi. Brian Rosen here. I just wanted to mention the environmental impact of building a new house is huge with all the trees that are cut down and so forth. And it would be really wonderful if somehow the owners could be talked into remodeling it. It's best to have peace with one's neighbors. It makes a big difference in this world if everybody can do something that they agree upon. As far as the historical significance is concerned, what a shame that a famous house a house by a famous architect, so beautiful, has fallen out of its historical nature by by having all that work done on it. Is there any way the owners would consider restoring the historical character? We just keep losing more and more historical treasures, and there just aren't adequate protections. And I think the community would be very grateful, and it would probably be a lot more environmental to restore the house, and it would be so wonderful in terms of the history. So if we could restore the house to its great state and not lose it might be possible at a much lower cost to restore a great historical resource. And it would be nice if the board could urge them to consider doing that. And that's my only comment. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. Is there anybody else online? Nobody else online. I also wanted to give, both of you had a few minutes here. Mr. Jeffries, you had a little bit for rebuttal. If you wanted to utilize that or not, please go ahead. I think you had about 4.5 minutes.
Angus Jeffers on rebuttal. For the record, and despite the appeal that was filed, no evidence has been presented to contest staff's conclusions that the property is clean of archaeological resources, the house is no longer historically significant, and that replacing 1.5 acres of kikuyu grass with an oak woodland isn't darn better for habitat. With regards to viewshed protection, the LUP does not protect private views. Moreover, the proposed house is set back as much as 110 feet from the rear property line. That is 550% of the zoning setback. As such, this will be the furthest setback house in this neighborhood. John is still willing to push the house back 3 feet more, but more than that will create issues anchoring a very beautiful and significant oak within Stacy's proposed courtyard, relative to the symmetry of the courtyard and the health of this tree. Regardless, we strongly disagree that the proposed residence is, quote, directly in front of the Thomas's residence, or that it, quote, significantly interferes with their views of Point Lobos, the ocean, and Pebble Beach Golf Course. The Thomas's primary view is straight out across the golf course to an unobstructed ocean view. South, or towards Carmel, their views become filtered by 2 clusters of trees which mostly filter mountain views. Moreover, the proposed residence doesn't even block these filters' views. Here I am standing on the property line facing the appellant's house. I've projected the extent of the flagging behind me on the Hodges property, and now I'm going to turn 180 degrees. The proposed house primarily blocks a view of the neighbor south of both properties. Moving up the property line, the proposed house won't block those filtered views of Paula Corona or the filtered views of Point Lobos and the ocean. Here is one of the photographs submitted with the appellant's appeal filing. I do consider this is the most impacted view from the appellant's photographs. I've noted where Point Lobos is and Paula Corona, but it does beg me, what's the significance of moving the house back 3 to 6 more feet? I also want to mention that pools have been approved in this neighborhood. In fact, last November, at 3418 17 Mile Drive, this 870 square foot pool, twice the size of the project's proposed pool, was proposed at 34 feet from the rear setback. The Hodges proposed pool is 84 feet behind that setback. Moreover, the proposed pool is entirely consistent with the setback regulations, which do provide that uncovered decks, porches, stairways, and such may extend into a setback as much as 3 extra feet. And that's as far as this proposed pool does extend. And that pool will not be elevated more than about 3 feet above the existing grade. I now want to hand the rest of this presentation over to John for final words, but I do want to leave with a final statement. We understand that any approval today will likely be appealed to the Coastal Commission. I've advised my clients that the outcome of any such appeal is predictable, and the only parties likely to come out ahead are the attorneys. As such, I want Ms. Rosenthal and the appellants to know that we remain very open to hearing a response to our prior willingness to move the house back 3 feet.
Thanks, everybody. My name is John Hodge. I'm the owner with Stacy and my 3 daughters, Haley, Ryan, and Brooke. I'm going to apologize, and it's a little embarrassing that we're here today. This is not our idea. And from the agenda that I just heard about community action, fire districts, you guys do some real good work. And this is not what you should be spending your time on. That's my perspective. We as a family spend a lot of time. We have a foundation. We give a lot to community action also. So the only thing I want you guys to understand too is 2 things. One is this is going to be our permanent home. I know on the golf course, as many people know, there's not a lot of people who live on the golf course full time, and the Thomases do not. It is their 2nd or 3rd or 4th home, I think. This is going to be our permanent home. Stacy and I are going to retire here. We're living here in our community. We, 34 years ago, lived in Asilomar. I did marine biology at Hopkins Marine Station. It was the best summer of our lives, and we want to be back here, okay? And so I want you to understand that this is really important to us. The last thing I would say is I'm a biologist by training, and what we're trying to do with this lot is really bring back the biological significance of this house. If you look above us, it's one of the most beautiful pieces of Del Monte forest that's left with the oak meadows. We're bringing that all the way through into our lot. And the other thing I would say is that we spent a lot of time increasing the public view plane, most importantly. 17-mile drive, you will be able to see more because we're taking down the massing of the existing houses. And from the golf course, the massing is less also from the existing site. So thank you for your time. Again, I apologize for this, but we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. I do, Ms. Rosenthal, you had a few minutes left over too. If you have any, for all fairness, to give you a few minutes here. I think you have 5 minutes, actually. Is that about correct?
Thank you. No, I don't have anything else to add. I would just thank the applicants for continuing to open the conversation. I'll pass it along to my clients, and hopefully we can come to a resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back here to the board then. Supervisor Adams, it's your district. I'll let you go first.
So I've got a question. You guys are probably going to die when I ask this question. Is the bathroom upstairs still there that has the 5 little toilets and the 5 little sinks? That was the part of the historical nature that's gone, I guess. We'll talk at lunch. Thank you. Thanks very much. I appreciate all of the comments. I very much appreciate being able to hear from both sides about this. And I think one of the questions that I was going to ask, it sounds like it's already been answered, and I wanted to know if the 2 sides have attempted to work this out in advance so that there is an opportunity to try to work it out. And it sounds as if that opportunity is still present, and my hope is that it may be a possibility so that we don't have neighbors fighting neighbors. I think everybody would prefer that that not be the situation. I really don't have many comments beyond that. I felt the staff did a great job in presenting everything as clearly as it could possibly be, other than the absence of the 5 toilets and the 5 sinks beyond that. But thank you again for coming forward, and I appreciate the fact that there will be just less lot coverage, less hardscape coverage, I guess I should say, than there is today. It is sad to see the big, beautiful, and I remember this house, obviously, the big, beautiful old houses go, the Spanish houses, and I know you used to be able to just run across the fairway down to the ocean at that point. But the only question that I would have, truthfully, is something that wasn't brought up on either side. And as I was looking at the story poles, there didn't seem to be any complaint about that, but it just seemed like that would be somewhat looming if next to the house, and I don't know if that was the perspective or not. I'm getting a head shake that says, no, there's nothing looming out here. Okay. Is it possible to see again a picture of the proposed new structure? I don't know if that's something you've got, Craig, or...
Alex, we have the HDMI.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. Honestly, it's fine. That's no problem.
The staff one.
No, okay, there we go. Thank you. Thanks very much for that. So are the story poles that I'm seeing what essentially the part that's numbered as 4? Okay. Okay. This isn't an after the fact. Okay, good. Thank you. I'm good. That's it. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board up here? Questions? Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And these disputes are always interesting. And trust me, in your neck of the woods, Pebble Beach, Carmel, we get these kind of neighborly disputes all the time on these matters. I had some questions because I actually believe the house in its current state is a very beautiful Spanish colonial house. I've seen the pictures. I haven't been there. I haven't seen this bathroom, but we've had these discussions in the past before this board about historical buildings, historical homes, and the historical integrity assessment provides a lot of that background on the architect and his journeys from when he was born to his studies and coming to design this and build this this home getting built in I think 1929, but Wallace Neff. So my question is for staff, and these are all issues that we kind of asked to put on the record, right? This will be appealed to the Coastal Commission. I always wish things could be worked out, but even if there wasn't, for me, I still see some concerns with the total demolition of a historical house, despite the different phases that it's gone through, the additions that have happened over its life. But I think there's no dispute that it is a historical house, right? The architect is a famous architect, and is it accurate that this home is in 3 registries for historic homes? Is that correct?
I believe that the home is not considered historic, and there's I think 4-part test. In order to be considered historic, one of the tests is that the structure has to retain its integrity of design and location. So it has its same location. The design that was done by the famous architect that would have qualified it as a historic resource has been found to lack integrity of its original design, meaning that the home that was designed by the famous architect is no longer the home that sits on that property. And it doesn't convey its historic significance because it's been altered over the years with additions and remodels and changes to the fenestration, the windows, the doors, all of that kind of stuff. That's taken it away from what it was in its original form that was designed by the architect that would have, if it were still the condition today, been historic. But because of its lack of integrity, it's not considered historic.
And I mischaracterized your memo. It says that while the house is significant under the criteria of all 3 registers, it's lost its historic integrity, and as such is not eligible for listing in any of them. And in the past, when we've had these kind of disputes about the historical significance, each side brings their experts. In this case, there was a peer review, and then another peer validated that historical integrity assessment. Have the appellants obtain their expert to try to dispute that would be my record. Because usually we have attorneys on both sides, and then they get experts on both sides to debate the historical significance of that dwelling unit.
The staff has not received any reports from the appellants in such nature.
That's unfortunate, because that would have provided another perspective, a competing perspective on the historical significance, and that makes this decision a little bit more difficult to have that other point of view about the importance of the architecture. I mean, there has been historical changes, but it's always, I think, unfortunate to give an approval of a historically significant building, especially one that was owned by famous folks like Bing Crosby, who has a lot of history and is a household name in this county. And the reason I say that is because once I see it similarly to other historic buildings that we've had discussions on before in the county, once they're gone, they're always gone. And you could always say this was on this property, there was a historic home of Bing Crosby, but the future generations will never see that. And that's what's heartbreaking to me, to see any building of this kind with so much history, almost 100 years history in our county, to be approved for complete demolition. The other two questions I have to do with tribal cultural resources. Obviously, when this building was constructed in 1929, the laws as they are today they did not exist. And in fact, I co-authored one of the laws with Assemblymember Mike Gatto to provide greater involvement of tribal governments on secret reviews when it comes to tribal historical resources. I believe that was back in 2014. So I heard some statements today. Is there any tribal cultural resources? And in the past, when we've had other similar disputes, there's been testing done of the soils around the house to make that determination. I didn't see any of that kind of analysis done on this property to make that determination. The memo points out that there's a partial basement. I don't know if that basement is going to be replaced or expanded in the architectural plans. I only saw the first and second floor, but when there's a lot of digging, and as we've had actual other cases, when they start digging, then they find tribal cultural resources that puts that project to a stop, and a tribal monitors, then they have to follow the procedures to be able to deal with those resources. But back to my question is, has any of those types of analysis on soil testing for cultural resources, has that been done so far?
We have not had a formal consultation, tribal resources consultation. So the standard practice, according to the county's code and the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan, is to have an archaeological investigation prepared. That was done by the applicant and their archaeologists and submitted to the county. That was essentially that's a research of the background information that would identify if there are any recorded tribal, known tribal sites on this property or within this vicinity. That background research did not find that to be the case. They also do a site reconnaissance to make sure that there's no surface evidence of any archaeological resources on the site. So anything that they can see through squirrel holes that might show some evidence of past occupation of that site by Native Americans. So that was all found to be, there was no evidence in the background or through the site visit that there were archaeological resources present. So we stopped there, and we determined that the project was categorically exempt from the Environmental Quality Act. So that doesn't trigger the need for notification to the tribes and the ability for formal notification. But we would still consult if they had asked for it, but usually with the categorical exemptions, we're not doing that formal consultation process.
So there will be no tribal monitor?
No.
Okay.
Not as proposed.
That just there is, okay. That's just concerning, because we've
for tribal monitor. Okay, so So we'll have to look at the conditions. I don't know, we usually put a condition on that has to do with archaeology and potentially tribal cultural resources. So we'll take a look.
And the reason I'm asking that is because we have done that in the past where there is a tribal monitor, especially in these sensitive areas where we know there's likely going to be an issue of tribal cultural resources. If there's nobody on site and they're digging and there's nobody to monitor that, there's nobody looking over the protection of those resources on site. I'll give you a second. So. And the only other thing I was going to add is that we have done different types of cultural assessments. This one sounds like they looked at past records. There was no past records documenting tribal cultural resources in this area. And then superficially, what you could see from the ground. But in other disputes, there's actually been required testing of the soils that they do those boreholes and bring out soils to determine if there's, in fact, tribal cultural resources on that particular property. I think in one case, there was, when they started digging, and the tribal monitor, had to be brought in, and there was a lot of additional expenses because of that. So that's why I'm always more cautious, because we've had experience where that happened. And maybe you have a response to the tribal cultural resource?
Yes, so we have a condition number 3 in the resolution that is, it is a standard condition for archaeological resources that if resources are found during construction, that they would halt work and contact an archaeologist and a tribal representative, particularly if there are remains involved, human remains. That applies kind of ongoing during the construction activities, but there isn't a requirement for a monitor to be on site while they're doing the work. It's only for them to be brought in if resources are found during construction.
Last question, because I know we're running out of time here. Just if you could address the architecture, the modern architecture in the new plans, is it in line with the historical homes in the rest of that portion of Pebble Beach 17 Mile Drive?
Yeah, so there's historic homes on certain lots, but the majority of the homes along the golf course and along 17 Mile Drive have been rebuilt, reconstructed over the years to larger, more modern style homes. So there is a mixture of architecture and a mixture of sizes, and some much larger than this. This wouldn't be historic, but unless 50 years from now, the folks involved in its design and occupancy are found to be of significance. But at the moment, it is just kind of a house within Del Monte Forest that is of a similar size and designed to some other homes in the area, but not specifically within the context of a historic district or anything of that sort.
Thank you.
All right, so I have no idea where the board's going to go on to this. This is a kind of a difficult matter here. I mean, looks like a beautiful home, but the historical nature is debatable from everything that I've read on from the reports onto here. I do take significant in that the LUAC for the area has approved this project, and I know they would take into a lot of the neighborhood, the additional homes around there, and how well it fits into consideration. So that carries a great deal of weight for me. The other part that carries a great deal of weight for me on this is the renovation. I mean, there isn't any, outside of that one oak tree, it doesn't look like there's anything natural that's there. And I know the proposal is to plant in and renovate with native plants. I do hope that there can be an agreement between the two sides on whatever decision we make today. I know there's discussion of move the pool back 6 feet, or we can go 3 feet, and maybe it'd be better. Maybe there's instead of going to the Coastal Commission and paying lawyers a bunch of money, maybe a tree can be planted there between the property to obscure the view. Just don't make it a eucalyptus. Maybe a cypress or something onto there. So I would hope that this, whatever happens today, things can be really worked out on that. But I'm inclined at this point, unless I hear something else, to really deny the appellant and support the application onto this, in my view, because I don't think this stands out enough to hold back. And I'm a pretty big supporter for supporting anything historical, if anybody knows anything about me. So Supervisor, I made a motion. Seconded by Supervisor.
Can I ask one question before
yes, go right ahead.
There's a palm tree in one of the photos. Whose property is that palm tree on? And does that stay or does it go? Okay. So for that reason, I'll vote for it. I'm not a fan of, yeah.
Let the record reflect Supervisor Lopez doesn't care for palm trees.
They're fire risks.
And Chair, for the record, you're moving for staff recommendation?
Yes, that is correct.
Planning. Okay.
Staff recommendation. And we have a second supervisor. Ask you any other comments? Supervisor Alejo?
I wish the record would have been stronger from the appellants. I recognize that, but I still think it's a beautiful home. I love your home. I think it's a dream house, and I would hate to see Bing Crosby's homes be demolished on. But it was. Oh, it wasn't. Oh, okay, got it. I misunderstood that. Okay. That's a big clarification then. All right. Okay, all right. Well, but it's still a beautiful home, and I love the Spanish colonial architecture, and I know the votes are here for it, so I'm gonna vote no on it. Thank you.
No other comments onto this, and we can put this to a vote. For those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 4-1. Thank you. And with that, we'll adjourn for lunch finally. Good afternoon. We'll reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. The roll call, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo joining us shortly.
And may we have the Spanish interpretation services, please? Thank you. And the first item up is item 12.1, which is a public hearing on the public comment period for the Urban County Community Development Block Grant.
Members of the board and the public, my name is Danya Namitsu. I'm with Housing and Community Development. And Darby Marshall, Housing Program Manager, is here via Zoom if needed. I'm before you today regarding the fiscal year 24-25 annual action plan and funding recommendations for the community services or community development block grant. So today we're requesting the board to accept the annual action plan, adopt and authorize HCD to submit the plan to HUD, approve the subrecipient template, which is the agreement that each of the agencies sign, authorize HCD to execute the agreements, and lastly, adopt and authorize the HCD director or their designee to sign off on environmental reviews that are needed for projects funded by CDBG funds. I'm not sure, when do you guys do the public portion of the?
When you're, I assume when you're done with your presentation, we'll go to that then.
Okay, awesome. So participating cities receive fixed fund amounts once or twice during the 5-year Urban County Consolidated Plan. The county reaches out to other cities in Monterey County every 3 years to inquire if they'd like to join the Urban County, which is, we will be starting that soon for the next 3-year cycle. There are 2 tests to qualify for being an entitlement Urban County: population of at least 100,000, and at least 51% of the population is considered low, moderate income. The unincorporated areas of the county meets number 1. However, we don't meet number 2. That's why we do the joining of other cities to put us into that entitlement category. So when I did the board report, we had an estimate of the funding that we would receive, which was about $1,155,000. We got notification last week of what our actual amount is. So my presentation today will have the new amount, which is $1,194,203. The last 5 years, we've had a decrease in funding, so my projection was a 3% decrease. However, we had a 0.2% increase. Wasn't a large amount, but an increase is an increase. Funds recaptured from prior years is $144,858. We always account for program income of about $10,000. And the Urban County can use up to 15% for public services and up to 20% for the annual general admin. And we end up using part of our admin to fund the fair housing. This makes the funds available to the services greater. So we're planning for $179,130 to public services and $238,840 for admin, which includes a little over $40,000 for fair housing, and then the balance for affordable housing, public facilities, and infrastructure. So we're requesting Alliance on Aging did a request for $25,000. Originally, we were recommending 10, but the increase in funding, we increased it to $14,130. Boys and Girls Club requested $30,000. Originally, we requested a little over $28,000, but the increase, we were able to meet their request, and then everyone else is being funded with their requested funds. And then fair housing is being done out of the general fund, and that's the $40,200. Public facilities recommendations. So part of the 5-year consolidated plan has Delray Oaks receiving $50,000 this next fiscal year. Unfortunately, we overlooked the joint exercise powers agreement. So when it was posted as a public notice, we were made aware that that agreement had them receiving $40,000 additional money. We are going to reduce that from admin to fulfill our joint exercise powers agreement. So they will be receiving a total of $90,000. What they have provided me is they will be utilizing their funds for park improvement. So the City of Greenfield is part of the consolidated plan. They receive 3 years of funding. This will be the last year. They were to receive up to $1.4 million. Based on our reduction of amounts previously, they will end up receiving 91% of the total in that consolidated plan. So they'll be getting $427,191 in our recommendation. We received 2 requests, one from Veterans Transition Center. Their request was $500,000, and Aroma Sidewalks wants to do more ADA improvements and sidewalk improvements. So their request was $250,000. Our original request when we went before the committee was Veterans Transition Center to receive $274,000, and Aromas to receive $150,000. Again, the increase in funding was, we had it set up that we would agree to whatever additional funding, it would be split between them equally. So our recommendation for VTC is $286,450, and Aroma Sidewalks $167,450. So this is a project that was previously approved, and I know sometimes, you know, we come back regarding the caper and show what has been accomplished, but not everybody comes to that. So I just wanted people that maybe log into this can see what some of the improvements we do are. So San Lucas Solar Streetlights, they were assigned $100,000 from the 23-24 grants, and then up to $100,000 for recaptured funds, which we were able to find and utilize. And so Public Works was kind enough to send me some pictures of them testing them out during the evening. So I thought that was neat. So we did do it as a public notice. When I wrote the report, we hadn't received anything. However, I did receive a phone call from a resident in Gonzales regarding Myers Park, that it needs improvements. So I ended up passing that on to Gonzales, and they asked me, you know, kind of how can we, you know, look at CDBG funding for that. So we're going to have talks regarding it, regarding the next consolidated plan. And then I received one other phone call from an individual wanting to know how to view the plan. So I hand walked them through our website so that they could pull up the plan to review it. And I didn't end the call until I knew that she had opened it and could read it. I didn't receive any other feedback, and that is it. Do you guys have any questions?
Any questions before we go out to the public? See any? So is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak regarding this, or online? There is online. Okay.
Phone number ending in 837.
Yes, 837. You have 2 minutes on this matter.
I'm trying to comment on the general plan, on the plan. Am I on the right agenda item?
No, are you wanting to speak on the strategic initiatives? Is that what it is?
Oh, no, I wanted to speak on the plan for Monterey County that I saw on the agenda, but I don't have a computer right now. Maybe I'm at the wrong place.
I think it's wrong. I think you might be thinking about the strategic initiative. That will be following in a couple of, in a few minutes. This is on a public hearing for the Urban County Community Development Block Grant. Is there anybody else online? Yep. Okay.
This is for an annual action plan.
Which one?
This item is for an annual action plan.
We said general plan. Maybe, yeah. Did you, maybe you misspoke, or you, this is for an action plan, or you mentioned general plan. If you're wanting to speak on this, then you are on the right item. Just trying to clarify what you're wanting to speak on. So if you are wanting to speak on this item, which is the first, it was item 11 initially, but it was moved to the afternoon. It's 12.1, Urban County Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan. If you would like to speak on that, then please come back on. Otherwise, if you're waiting for the strategic initiative, that will be later. No. Okay. Anybody else? No. Okay. With that, we'll close the public hearing then. Yes, Supervisor Lega.
Yeah, I had a question. Just was on the fair housing portion. I saw on that chart, one of the exhibits, it listed 30,000 for Eden Council for Hope and Opportunity. Fair housing and tenant landlord services. Is that included in the budget?
Was that last year's request?
Might have been, but it says on top.
Because for the next fiscal year?
Application summary is what's on the top of it, but it does say funding approved for 2023 on top of that. So.
Yeah, so that exhibit is showing you what they requested last year and what they received, and then what they're requesting this year. So they requested this year $40,200, and we're recommending to give them the $40,200.
Okay, perfect, and even better. The reason I'm asking is because I don't think they're based in Monterey County, because we do get a lot of tenant issues, and there's nobody to ask them to. There's nowhere for people to go anymore. And if we're funding them, my question is, where are they based out of? I haven't seen any outreach whatsoever. If they got money last year, this year, do we get any reports how many people they served in Monterey County? I know it's not a lot for $40,000 for providing legal services, but it'd be nice to know, what do they do? Do they actually help fill out forms, answers for tenants getting evicted, advice on procedures? Because in Monterey County, being a former legal aid lawyer, CRLA only could help very low-income residents that have they have some type of legal status. They cannot help undocumented, and most of the time I send people there, even though it's my former law office, they turn a lot of residents away because they are so overworked. Senior legal services does help people with this, but you have to be, I think, 65 and over. And otherwise, the only other place for tenants to turn to is the self-help center at the court, where they're also very a long line. I used to work there as well, and very overworked. And people who really need the hand-holding through an eviction process have a hard time getting anyone to help them. And in fact, I'm in times having to try to help my tenants to avoid getting evicted from their homes. So. But if the county is funding this organization, I'd like to know, what are they doing? Because in my 8 years, I've never seen them do any outreach online, out in the public. I haven't heard about office hours. I have absolutely no idea on how many people they're actually helping in Monterey County.
They do write a report of who they're helping and what items they have helped with. You can still refer people to Eden, even though their main housing is not in Monterey County. They do have a representative that is here. I want to say that they are more working remotely, but they have reached out asking if we knew of some office space that they could rent. So I have given them a couple, places that have heard of that we're renting, but they are here locally. They do have someone local.
All right, I'll follow up with you because I want to find out more what they're doing. It's one thing just to be answering questions over the phone versus the real services that people need when they're actually get served with an unlawful detainer. But thank you.
No problem.
Is there anybody else on the board that would like to comment? If not, I believe this does have a recommendation for some action.
I'll second.
A motion by Supervisor Lopez and second by Supervisor Alejo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. With that, we'll move to item 13, which is a presentation on the Monterey County Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Lori Medina and Katie Castagna of the United Way.
Okay, good afternoon. Just give me a moment to find my screen. I have to sign that one. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Chair Church, honorable members of the board, CAO De La Rosa, and members of the public. I'm Lori Medina. I'm the Director of Social Services for the County of Monterey, and with me is Katie Castagna, who is the President and CEO of United Way. And we're here to provide an overview and an update on the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, which we love acronyms. We called it ERAP, which really came about as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. So this was a economic relief program that really helped renters and landlords who were facing economic hardships during the COVID-19 crisis. So this was a very large endeavor. And United Way really stepped up in a very big way to help us through this. I remember the first year we had several rounds of this funding. The first round of funding, which was quite a large amount of money. I think our first round was about $13 million, and just from the federal portion, and then another like 12 from the state. And so Katie and I were having this conversation, really talking about their networks. We had to distribute this funding very fast and demonstrate that we could at least expend 60% within a very short time frame. And United Way really just, they have an expansive network. They not only stepped up to partner with us in implementing this program, but also did a very quick procurement process to bring on 25 subcontractors, partners across the county to help administer this program. So before I get into this, I really just want to thank United Way and their staff. They've been amazing. And DSS staff, many of whom are here. You saw them this morning. It was really that small group of Community Action Partnership staff who were working hand in hand with United Way to implement this program on behalf of our county residents. Okay, so what we're going to talk about today is kind of the goals of the program, some of those opportunities and challenges. We're going to talk about the design, the partnerships and access, and then the impact of this program. So the federal ERAP program was designed as an economic stimulus to address the impact of COVID-19 on renters and landlords. On December 27th of 2020, the federal government approved a stimulus federal bill that was about $900 billion, of which about $25 billion was really directed at rental and utility assistance. $2.6 billion of that funding came to California, and Monterey County was able to apply directly to the Department of the Treasury for our share. If some of you might remember, we had quite a discussion about whether we were going to let the state implement our local program or if we were going to directly implement our program, and there were lots of and cons, and ultimately with the board's support, we decided to implement the program here locally. We did all of the applications. We had to also demonstrate that 90% of the funding had to go directly to for direct assistance to constituents. And then the additional 10% could be a combination of administrative and other supports for people to help them either stay in their housing, secure housing, prevent evictions. We had to do a lot of work with landlords as well to get them to sign on to the program and work with constituents. Individual residents could apply directly or landlords on behalf of residents. So there were lots of ways to engage in participation in this program. I'll also just want to remind you that your board also approved an additional $150,000 from County General or ARPA funding because there were some restrictions and limitations because it was a federal program, so there were different residency requirements and whatnot in the beginning stages of implementation. And so your board did approve an additional $150,000 for those who might not meet all of the criteria, but who still were in that low income threshold and in danger of housing instability. So as most of you know, the Department of Social Services delivers safety net programs that promote self-sufficiency and often are protective in nature. We do that in a variety of ways, sometimes through the issuance of benefits or case management services, and also often indirectly by contracting with local community-based providers to provide appropriate supportive services. ERAP is an example of how we administered a program through partnership with a contractor and subcontractors to widen our reach across the county, our communities, and strengthen our collective impact. Okay, so this program came with many challenges. One was the speed with which we had to implement it. It was a large amount of money that had to be distributed quickly, and there were eligibility criteria that had to be verified. So often we really had to work with our consumers, helping them to produce the right types of documents and chase down verification of residency and other documents to help them navigate through that application process. The program was complex, and we had more than 25 partners throughout Monterey County assisting implementing that program. So just the sheer number of participants in this program and coordinating this was really a big effort. It also required flexibility. Even from the inception of the program, I remember we really had to seek the board's approval to provide startup funding so that our other subcontractors would have the cash flow they needed to immediately distribute funding where it needed to go. And then, of course, the larger the program, the more complex the oversight can be. So particularly in the early stages, the federal and state governments often shifted the requirements, or there was some additional element that we had to then change our reporting requirements for. So it just required a lot of modification and flexibility. And that meant there had to be regular and consistent communication. And I can say that DSS and United Way had weekly, sometimes more than weekly, communication throughout the duration of this program. Also partnered because there were some challenging cases where we had to problem solve collectively. And so, hopping on the phone to navigate through some of those complexities as well. It has been a great partnership. We have always had a good partnership with United Way, but this was one of those things that really, where we just had to kind of link arm in arm and get through it, and it was a really, really good project to work with them on. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Katie and talk about the impacts of the program.
Thank you, Lori. And am I driving now?
You are driving.
Okay.
Oh, I can still drive. You can just tell me next slide.
Okay. Thank you so much. And that is so true that this really amped our partnership up to a whole new level. So I really want to stress the value of the collective work that happened. As Lori said, we came into this program having already kind of proof of concept with smaller rental assistance programs. And when this large pot of money came forward, the first number you gave me was $10 million, and we see what happened to that. The direction we received from you as the Board of Supervisors came with some really important core values, which included providing low barrier access, rapidly deploy the funds, meet the residents' needs as quickly as possible, satisfy that aggressive spending deadline that the state and federal government set. The additional funds were predicated on our ability to spend quickly, and all of it with the goal of preventing eviction and keeping people housed. Along the way, we were very cognizant of these values and goals, and we came up with the following structure and key strategies. And so this is a diagram of the process that we used. I think this is very emblematic of the role United Way plays in the community as a coordinator, but you'll see community members could apply either by calling 211 or online through a website we set up, or directly with one of the agency partners we were working with. All of those applications came into a central database, and then they were actually assigned to implementing partner agencies to do the processing of the application. Ultimately, those implementing partner agencies would then pay the rent or utility bills directly. We took out, and so that was the model that we used. There were some changes as the program developed and grew, but this same model really was what carried us through the whole program. We actually stopped taking applications in April of 2022, so that was a full year into the program. And at that point, we had fully obligated the funds, which had grown to over $50 million in the total grant at that point in time. Okay, yes, next slide. Thank you. So here's a quick look at that partner network. On the left side, you'll see our direct assistance partners. We put together what I consider the usual suspects in the nonprofit sector, but we also brought in some really important municipal partners who are city governments that are very close to their residents' needs. And so this was our group of agency subgrantees that agreed to accept the applications from our central database and do the processing, do the verifications, and make payments and do the accounting for the program. On the right, you will see the housing stability partners. As Lori mentioned, in addition to that direct assistance, we had funding available to help with other supports, such as legal assistance, case management, application assistance. Early on, we really invested a lot in outreach to make sure that we were getting to people with technology assistance and actually filling out applications, language assistance, and so forth. Thank you. You will see our reach ultimately was very broad throughout the county. This diagram shows you the different municipalities that reflected receiving assistance, or people in these communities, and then roughly by region where the dollars flowed. When we selected the agency partners at the onset of the program and allocated funding amounts to each partner, we based that on data at the time on rental arrears rates. And that was data from early on in the pandemic, as well as we had eligibility data by region from the applicants to the 2020 CARES program funded rental assistance program that the county invested in. So we were very data driven in trying to make sure we were allocating funding to the most eligible population. And so next you'll see the results of that direct assistance. So overall, we paid out over $45 million in rent and utility assistance. You'll see $39 million was paid for rent, $5.8 million for utility assistance, and you'll see a breakdown of the number of households served. Now, many households received both rent and utility assistance, and so you'll see in the light blue, the total number of households served with that direct assistance was 7,269 households. In addition to that, that ARPA funding that Lori mentioned, the $150,000 that was allocated by the Board of Supervisors, we called it the GAP funding. That was designed for people that were ineligible for ERAP funding. I think of it as the safety net for the safety net. We worked with Goodwill Central Coast and Gathering for Women specifically to deploy those funds, and they served an additional 38 households with rental assistance, medical bills, court fines, car repairs and payments, tax and loan repayments, meals and clothing. Next slide. There also was a very significant economic impact on landlords, and that was one of the objectives of the program, is really to keep our economy moving. Of the landlords participating in the program, over $24 million was paid to property management companies and small businesses in Monterey County. More than $14 million was paid to individual landlords, representing over 700 mom and pop landlords, the individual landowners or landlords. So going back to the housing, so that was the direct assistance. Going back to housing stability, we know that in addition to cash, there's other supports that people need to maintain their homes and prevent eviction. So in addition, we have invested almost $1.6 million in housing stability grants with partners that include the Monterey County Office of Education, Community Human Services, the City of Salinas, the Hartnell College Foundation, the City of Greenfield, Goodwill Central Coast, and Gathering for Women. These agencies are providing wraparound services to help their clients obtain and maintain rental housing. And you'll see the different types of assistance ranging from deposit assistance to mediation and legal support, referrals to other services, and case management. To date, we're still administering this program. To date, we have served about 753 households. And the number that have maintained their housing because of this support is about 219 households. I also wanted to share with you a snapshot of the demographics of people served by the program. These data are from the first 9 months of the program, and you'll see we were able to reach a very diverse population in our community. We also tracked, income level, and this is something that the federal government was very interested in reporting and tracking. So you'll see on the left side, the people receiving rent assistance, half of them were under 30% of the area median income. And so even though they were eligible for the program up to 80% in the dark blue, you'll see most of them were much lower income. Here again, you'll see a high percentage of Hispanic households, at least 68% of the applicant pool. And then there were more women than men. 2/3 of the applicants or recipients were women. So I want to just reflect a moment on some key takeaways from this program. We set it up quickly to meet the urgent community need and the funder requirements. Along the way, there were several lessons learned. One about infrastructure. We were able to stand up the program rapidly using an existing partner network and our locally developed Smart Referral Network software tool. As the reporting requirements evolved, we realized we needed more specialized software and switched platforms in early 2022. We switched to a national product developed specifically for the ERAP program. This allowed us to slice and dice the program details more easily and consistently for federal and state reporting. Consequently, some of our demographic analysis used different data before and after. We were collecting in slightly different ways before that data migration. The second lesson learned pothole that we had to be very conscious of was related to fraud. We developed a fraud prevention and recapture policy, and while the program had checks and balances, there were a very few cases of fraud that came to light. In those cases, we worked with law enforcement to pursue investigation and restitution. The third lesson learned is really about the size of the need. Despite these huge resources available through the program, the funds were fully obligated by April of 2022 when we stopped taking new applications. And despite the unprecedented size of the program, it still did not meet all of those needs. We know currently that there is still a huge demand for rental assistance that dates really before the pandemic. So it's a chronic issue, as you well know. The fourth lesson learned is around human capacity. Despite the large network of providers assembled to scale up services, it was dependent on staff to be hired, trained, and retained. A key factor for implementing partner agencies to conclude or withdraw from the program was a lack of staff capacity. Participating and standing up and seeing this program through was a once-in-a-lifetime experience for those of us involved. I want to acknowledge the staff of the Department of Social Services. Lori and her team were incredible. The nonprofit and municipal agency partners, and the board and the staff of United Way for stepping up during a very difficult time to create and adapt during challenging circumstances for the benefit of the most vulnerable community. And I'm very pleased to present these results and show that over 7,000 households have had very direct benefit, and additional community members are still receiving services from this ERAP program. Thank you.
And we're available for questions.
Thank you for the really the good presentation and for the great work on this program. I know it helped a lot of people out there. I have a couple questions. I know there's over 7,000 households helped, but you made a reference to 219 households. I didn't quite catch what that was.
So that was in addition to that direct assistance. So the 7,000 is for the direct assistance, people that got their rent paid. These housing stability grants have provided case management and more wraparound services for individual households above and beyond.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I know and got some answers from a few questions I had yesterday, and I thought it was an important piece of information here too. Is the average disbursement was about $6,200. I see that 75% of the recipients received $1,000 to $10,000, and 18% received over 10,000, who are clearly, for people that are in great need for this, that's going to have had a very, very significant impact. And as I figure, that's probably about 1,500 families that were really significantly impacted there with 10,000 and up, and with their means being very limited. I'm sure it was a great help for them. I did have one last question here, is when you show the map of the areas that you helped, and I realize it might have been just the graphics, but I just want to get clarification. It looked like it was heavily urban into there. And into that, I didn't see much, really anything on Upper Carmel Valley, and we get up to Cashawa or to Arroyo Seco, down into Lockwood and areas, and I didn't really see much out like in Los Lomas or Prunedale area. And I'm just wondering if that was more just the way the graphics were designed.
Yes, I think that's a sort of a simplistic graphic that we had. I can assure you I'm just looking at one slice of our location, San Lucas, San Ardo, Aromas, Prunedale. So I am confident that we hit some of those unincorporated areas.
Sure. Thank you for that. Are there any other questions that anybody else has here? Supervisor Pascu.
Yeah, thank you. So I do have some, I just want to thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the work. There was a lot of moving parts. There was a lot going on, and this was just one additional thing that everyone dove in to take advantage of because the state funding was available and because the need was so great. So just a big thank you to everyone who really did rise to meet this challenge. And I guess my question is really sort of in regards to the ongoing needs of our renter community. And I know that some of our cities are looking at how to continue talking about prioritizing, identifying, and then meeting needs of renters, which are unique in some ways from sort of the home ownership community. And so I guess the question that I would have in terms of lesson learned and in terms of looking at our unincorporated population and those residents in Monterey County, unincorporated areas who are renters, are there takeaways of the ongoing needs that those residents have that we should be pulling out of this? And so I'll start with that question.
And I would just say the beauty of this program was it was administered regionally throughout our county. So while some cities leaned in, we made sure we had coverage for people across the community. And so that is just something to be cognizant of. Where are those gaps, and how can you think more regionally about the need? It is a huge need, and I wish I had the answer to how deep this hole is as far as the rental assistance.
One of the other things that we did specifically ask about, so when United Way did their procurement process, they did ask people who were interested in administering this program to demonstrate or to tell what kind of experience they had in certain regions. So they were asked to declare where they could provide coverage and what kind of expertise they had in certain regions. So that was something else that we learned about. Sometimes it's also how you craft the question too, to get those needs met, because we were very concerned about certain pockets of community that are harder to reach.
Yeah, maybe I didn't state my question. So I guess my question is really, as we think about the future and looking at the county's responsibility to identify unmet needs of our renters who are renting in the unincorporated portions of the county, are there specific things that we now know about who those renters are and what their ongoing unmet needs might be? And we may not have the answer, and that's okay. I want to ask the question. I think it's appropriate here that we sort of take this chance to say, hey, we don't often talk about renters in our community. We don't often talk about the unique challenges that are faced as a rental family, where your housing is unstable, where your rent can go up without notice. I mean, there are very specific and unique needs. I know the city of Monterey right now is looking at some ongoing rental assistance programs, which are challenging in their own right. But as we have this discussion, what do we know about our unincorporated renters that we didn't know before?
I don't know that we've learned things that we didn't know before, except that the magnitude of the need was much greater than we thought it was. That people came up and identified themselves because they knew we had a special program for this, and the federal government was going to be providing some funding. We also learned a lot about how far in arrears our renters sometimes become. And so that's, I think, another piece. I think there's still a lot more that we have to learn about this. And I think that one of the other things in terms of not so much about our renters, but about process, is that we've also, even though we stopped taking applications, we are also redirecting people back who are still in the business of providing that rental assistance now that our direct program has ceased in the way that it was operating.
Okay. So I guess towards that, and this isn't specific to the United Way portion of the program or the COVID program, but I do, there would be benefit, I think, in having the county be able to identify how many rental households do we have, what types of rent are they paying. Other cities are looking at things like rental registries or trying to understand who their renters are, who owns the properties that their renters are renting from, what those kinds of ongoing needs look like. And so I would like, as we look to the future, and I'm not sure where this sits or whose responsibility it falls into, specifically within county departments, but I do think that we have some great examples locally in Monterey County of other jurisdictions that are really beginning to open up the door on that conversation to bring additional light to the needs of a huge percentage of our residents. And I think that we would be well suited to engage in some of those conversations as well. So I'll just leave that out on the table, I guess, and we can continue that conversation later. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was really enlightening, and United Way is just such an asset to our community. I think we're all just so grateful to you for the leadership that you show in all of these critical programs. But following up on what Supervisor Rudasky was just asking, is it possible from the data that you have collected from the program, and I don't know if United Way holds the data or if DSS holds the data, but would it be possible to come up, example, with like a profile of what you saw? Like, what is the typical person who participated in this program as you look at all of the numbers of people and all of the different data pieces that you have? And I ask that thinking that if we were trying to craft something within our county that could help sort of identify why the people are, who are these people and why are they here, and what can we do to help, raise the bar sort of thing, whether that would be a possibility. I'm thinking of like things that had been done when the Impact program was being run, and there were so many areas of data that you could get. You could tell then there was, 20-year-old males were, not participating sort of thing. I'm just curious whether or not the data is available in that to help in that kind of study or anything.
I'll just say that anecdotally, and we included some stories in our report, but and of course the pandemic was unique, but you lose one job, even if there's unemployment as a safety net, the time it takes you to get the unemployment, all of a sudden you're, lower income, you've missed a few weeks, and people are literally a paycheck away from disaster. So whether it's through an illness or, some other crisis, like people are just, one job in the household can make all the difference, even if you have multiple workers. We certainly have geographic data as far as, we know where people lived, obviously. But I think this was in such a unique situation where there was this massive shutdown for, multiple months that had impact on some people a lot more than others. I think that's the disparity we saw. Some people were not nearly as affected by the pandemic shutdowns. But I love data. I'd love to be able to make sure we can use this however we can. So open to sharing it. And we are the holder.
Okay, thank you for that. Good.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank United Way, thank Department of Social Services for doing incredible work. I think when you look at the overall big numbers, We got the money out to the people who needed it. I didn't hear a lot of complaints from tenants. I didn't hear a lot of complaints from landlords. Yes, I know it wasn't perfect because we were trying to do this during probably one of the most challenging times in our careers during a pandemic. So I want to commend you for that. These were programs that I helped push, but I also want to remind that we also had in place an eviction moratorium. And so those things kind of went hand in hand. Not only doing a great administration of a program, we had record funding that came in. I think initially we started with a small amount from the county, and then when the federal dollars kicked in, we were able to amplify that much greater. But we did have an eviction moratorium in place that helped tenants who were behind in arrears, because when you are out of all the eviction cases, when you're facing an eviction for unpaid rent, it's the most rapid. They give you a 3-day notice. After the 3-day notice, you go to court and you get served with court papers, and then that starts a very fast process. Usually within 3 weeks after filing an answer, within 5 days, you are in court. So almost like a month later, you could have an eviction order against you. That also damages your credit as a tenant and makes it more difficult to rent at other places, because most landlord and property managers utilize that landlord database. So, but I just want to commend you. This is good to tell the public, look, we got this record amount of money. This is how we delivered it during a very critical time in our county. But on lessons learned, I would say, one, it's a very expensive program, very expensive to run, very time heavy on our resources as well from the administrators. But I don't think the county's going to afford a $20 million program in the future. And I think I think I'm the only renter up here as a supervisor that's a renter. I'm not a homeowner. But when we have this discussion, often I would say we try to look to things that I think don't have its intended result. Recently, Monterey did a program, put $250,000. I think they're helping like 10 people. Literally, if you look at the numbers, look at the details, there's very few people to help with for a very high amount of money. And that's only for 2 months. And then that tenant could be in the same situation 3 months later if they're unable to pay rent. A tenant registry, again, I think the city of Monterey did one. Salinas is doing one. It doesn't help any tenant to stay housed at all. The city might have the data, the numbers. Even if everybody were to participate, they're charging landlords. That often gets pushed off to the tenant. And in either of those programs, it doesn't help any tenant get housed. What does help get housed, and I want to say this, is building housing, have more rental units available in our communities, make more houses available for purchase at a reasonable price. Inclusionary ordinance is critical in that. But as a former legal aid attorney that did landlord-tenant law, I think we have to also look at other real solutions. And some of this is being worked on. But, for example, we have an underutilization of Section 8 vouchers. And we have Zuleika Boykin, who's a great leader at our housing, turning around our housing authority for the better. But we have hundreds that are not utilized. We got to get those utilized, landlords to be able to accept those, create a program perhaps where if damage is done to the unit, we can make landlords whole. That's going to get more landlords willing to accept those Section 8 vouchers. Certainly rapid rehousing with our rapid housing resource center sometimes help in those people who really need it. They have some money to help people with a deposit, staying housed if they're almost facing homelessness. And then the last thing I want to mention is what we talked about earlier, is that if tenants are facing eviction, if they don't have any experience with the legal process, which moves very rapidly, they could already get an automatic order if they just don't file an answer to an eviction within the 5 days. So that's where I see a need, because I see a lot of constituents in here in Salinas are coming to me because they have nowhere else to go. And so that's a real issue. That could help an eviction if somebody's being retaliated against because they complain about a housing condition. Actually getting legal help helps that tenant exercise the rights that they already have as a tenant. They stay in their house. They get those issues addressed, withholding rent. There's a lot of other legal procedures tenants could utilize when the landlord's not doing the right thing in that housing unit. So I just want to shift the conversation about what I think are real solutions that keep people housed, and not put a lot of energy and focus on programs that might sound good as a news bite, but do not keep the actual tenants housed. And from my experience, I think we have some real areas that we are working on, and I think we could enhance moving forward. Thank you.
Any other comments? Don't see any. I'll go out to the public. Is there anybody? Please come forward if you want to comment on this. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Josh Matfis. I'm the Vice President of Community Investments for United Way of Monterey County, and I helped implement the program. And I just wanted to respond to some of the questions and comments from Supervisor Adams and ask you and Alehu. I think, in terms of the ongoing needs, clearly the need is to increase the supply of affordable housing. And we were really lucky that some of the money for the program was able to be converted for housing stability, which initially was for eviction prevention and application support. But increasingly, and we're still doing this, it is for case management and helping people access the existing supply of housing. And that's really what is needed for a lot of the families. The profile are folks that just struggle to find affordable housing, to use housing choice vouchers. And part of the program, too, is landlord mediation. And so these case managers that work for the City of Salinas, Community Human Services, the City of Greenfield, Monterey County Office of Ed, they are there for the landlords to go to if the tenant has trouble understanding the expectations of a lease. And it's much easier to go to that third party than to go to courts. And so that's been a really helpful program to keep people housed and maintain housing. There's also been money in that program for deposit assistance, and that's been needed too. Just money to get in the door if they have a job, just because initial deposit assistance can be quite expensive. So I just was thinking about that and wanted to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers or online?
Esther?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Hi. Esther Malkin, Monterey County Renters United, and a resident of the city of Monterey. I do want to thank United Way as well, because the city of Monterey were the first ones to start up a renter assistance program. And we worked with United Way to kind of set in motion what we had no idea was going to be coming, the more farther along the pandemic went. The pandemic actually proved what we as advocates have been saying to you guys for as far back as 7 or 8 years. I don't see a timer, by the way, so I don't know how much time I have.
You have about a minute 15.
Okay. The pandemic also proved how important the workers are to our economy, and the workers are mostly renters because very few are making enough in the industries that we have here to even consider becoming home owners. As far as, building more units, obviously that is what's going to help. But in the meantime, we can't afford to have more people become homeless because we can't build fast enough. There's absolutely no way that we can build fast enough to keep people from becoming homeless now and in the next couple of years. So it's not practical to talk about it as a substitute for addressing the immediate problems and needs of renters. It is a longer term solution that's been in the pipeline, and we're still in this problem. I do want to point out that on the chart, women were 2/3 more prone to have come for the assistance, and to point out that they are the ones that end up with the children that end up, in their households. So they have a real need, and this does affect children.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up. Anybody else online?
Sorry. Phone number ending in 837.
Yes, 837. You have 2 minutes.
Can I have somebody give a comment on my phone after this so we both get 2 minutes? Hello? I'm not getting a response.
I know. I was.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. County Council says we can do that. Yes.
Wonderful. I want to speak out against more affordable housing the way it's being done, because so much of the time it's just thrown as a wedge to give developers their ability to do a lot of development. And the rich people, they're doing fine. We don't have to worry about them. I think we need to focus mainly on the poorest of the poor. You know, when you have a lifeboat and people are in lifeboats and people are in the freezing water, you rescue the people in the freezing water first. And that needs to be the priority. We can do affordable housing without endless development unless we want to turn the state into a real hell, one big city. If we're going to keep growing and growing the population and everybody's got to come to California. You know, we have buildings we can put second stories on. We can give incentives. We can have removable temporary buildings that Ansel Adams approved of in Yosemite, parking lots where we can have trailers for the homeless. Of course, people have to do their part, you know, to be in those villages. But I think that there's a way to do it that's more environmentally sound. There's a lot of empty buildings. We need an incentive for people to rent them out. But we just can't keep building, or we're going to create a real hell for ourselves. And so I'm really against a lot of the affordable housing, but I really support affordable housing done in the right way. And it's got to be done, but not just the development scheme to benefit people of the higher income levels by throwing in the token, you know, affordable housing. And let's help the homeless first and foremost and give them some fires to sit around and give them some trailers and things, and so they can have a place to go. And the parking lots we could put underground. We waste half the land in the city for parking lots. And so, yes, I'm so against affordable housing, but I'm so for it done in the right way. And it's very important when it's done in the right way. And then here's the next.
Thank you. You want to pass the phone on to somebody else for 2 minutes?
Yes, I am. Yes, thanks for taking my call. So I am a resident here, and I live on my little houseboat out in the bay. And it's just a little houseboat, and the construction man estimated that it would cost $250,000 to build one just like it nowadays. So, you know, there's this affordable housing. I'm urging you, supervisors, you keep okaying these projects, and you never ask what impact is it going to have on our marine environment? How is it going to heat it up? You never ask those questions. You never say, how many trees are these buildings going to cost? And you just keep okaying, rubber stamping all these projects and feeling good about affordable housing. And there is no affordable housing for the homeless. There just isn't. And what needs to happen, and I asked all you supervisors last winter, is to just write a letter to Congressman Panetta, who is willing to open up Fort Ord for tents like they do in Santa Cruz, where they have showers 3 times a week and 3 meals a day. And you never did anything. You know, I asked Mary Adams, she never did anything. Askew never did anything. And I wrote a letter to all of you. And so this shows me that you're not really into helping the homeless. You're just into development. And this is your home too. And I know you love this place, and you really need to have the guts to stand up to these developers that are constantly yammering in your face and saying you need to develop, and you need to stand up to the governor who's illegally mandating that this place must be a place to develop, because we don't have the water and our marine environment cannot sustain itself. It's heating up and it's killing the fish. It's killing everything. So please have the guts or step down. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else online? No. With that, we'll close public comment. Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, I just want to once again bring us back to the topic at hand and thank you guys for the work that you put in and coming back to give this report. I think the importance of the transparency around how the dollars were spent and the amount of folks that we were able to support during this critical time keeping folks housed at a time when they may have been pushed, as many still were, to leave the area, specifically leave the state. A lot of my constituents still message me. They moved to Arizona, they moved to Nevada, where housing was cheaper during this period. But I think about how much more that impact would have been felt if we had not had a program like this in place to support them through a critical time. And then in response, I think it was Mr. Mathis, I want to just echo the first comment you made, which was there's no policy, I think, that's going to solve this. We have to build, right? We have to create the additional stock in order to make opportunity for our families to have a place to actually live in comfortably and equitably. And I think that's what we're missing at this time. So just to push back a little on those final comments, I have to say in my time as a supervisor, which I think I'm approaching 6 years up here on the dais, I don't think we've had a single project come before us of any magnitude beyond the farm worker housing. So if that pushback saying we're just rubber stamping developments to the farm worker housing, which is all that we've seen up here for the last 6 years that I've been up here, I just have to say I disagree. I think we're doing it the right way. We're housing the people who deserve housing, and I want to see more of those projects come before us as soon as possible, because that is how we keep people housed equitably, safely, in a healthy way that keeps them out of our hospitals, and make sure that we're taking care of people in the light that we want to shed on ourselves, on our communities, and on our own families. But with that, much appreciation for today's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't believe Supervisor Alejo, you wanted to follow up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, though, there is projects moving, though, forward in Soledad and Gonzales that are significant. And Soledad is aiming at a 32% inclusionary, which would be the highest of affordable housing out of any project of that size in the history of Monterey County. So there is some sizable projects that are being planned that are coming forward that could be a real solution for more housing for our residents.
I don't believe this item takes any action, so thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to the next item, which is to look at the draft of the county's strategic goals and key objectives. Nick Chulos, Chief Assistant County Administrative Officer. Oh.
Thank you, Chair Church and board members. We are pleased to be with you today to talk about the strategic goals and objectives, and really this is the first of what will probably be several board discussions to get your input. What we have before you today is going to look familiar to you because it's the product of what started with the March Board of Supervisors and Department Heads retreat. And there was a lot of discussion, a lot of great ideas that came out in terms of strategic goals that would be important to the organization and measurable objectives that would help achieve those goals. But this is really, in a sense, the beginning, because now we really need your input into this process in more detail. The county adopted goals and objectives back in '09. They were really never updated in any major way until the work that you did this last spring. And a lot of things have changed. The goals and objectives, I think, reflect the current state of affairs and what we project into the future as issues and goals that we will need to be cognizant of. Just to kind of restate it for the public, the goals are really intended to be strategic and long range and broad. The objectives are intended to be measurable, somewhere on the order of 1 to 5 year time frame, depending on the objective, that help in a measured way get to achieving those goals. What we did to get to the point we're at today, we took extensive notes, all of the work that was done at the March 7th board and department head retreat, put that into a Word document, looked at it very closely and carefully, sent it out to the department heads for their input on a couple of different occasions, and it's all still a draft. I just want to reiterate, this is not done really until the board has weighed in and given us your direction, changes, edits, and final approval. What we have here, I'm going to have Karina, and I want to thank Karina at the outset for all of her hard work to get us to the point we're at today. I want to just go over a kind of a quick summary and then talk a little bit about the process, perhaps, to go forward today. So if we could get the first slide up. The first slide here shows the 5 goals that are part of the draft that's before you today. I'm just going to go through them quickly. Goal 1 it has to do with quality of life. Goal 2 has to do with sustainable infrastructure. Goal 3 has to do with safe and resilient communities. Goal 4 speaks to the economy in terms of a diverse and thriving economy. And Goal 5 speaks to the need or the desire to become a dynamic organization and an employer of choice. So those are the 5 goals. And I want to now show the board and the public just very quickly. Goal 1, the description here as a draft is create safe and healthy communities where all people can thrive. And under that, there are a number of topic areas that are the topic of the specific key objectives. And just in summary there, it's housing, community engagement, financial strategies, health and facilities, digital skills, and childcare. Then the next goal has to do with the infrastructure. As I mentioned, the description of this is to provide for the maintenance, replacement, sustainability, and resilience of infrastructure required for living, working, recreating in, and visiting Monterey County. And the topic areas for key objectives under that are master planning and funding strategies, water and sewer systems, infrastructure, broadband and communication, and greenhouse gas emission reduction. Goal 3, safe and resilient communities, provide for public safety, disaster planning, and response. And under that, the main key objectives are disaster planning and emergency response per se, and justice-related objectives. Goal 4 speaks to the economy, a diverse and thriving economy. The description here is to attract and retain businesses that will improve the well-being of county residents. And under this, the topic areas are partnerships, and that means partnerships to facilitate economic development, of course. Business attraction, access to utilities, enhanced infrastructure financing districts, which is a way to reinvest tax increment into development of infrastructure, and then the potential of an agricultural commissioner satellite facility in South County. And when we get to that one, we've had a little bit of more feedback from Mr. Hidalgo, the ag commissioner, and he will, we can speak to it, and he might want to as well. Goal 5, in terms of becoming an employer of choice and becoming a dynamic organization or facilitating that, the description here is we want to see employees that feel valued and proactively engaged by an organization that is a great place to work, is financially healthy, and continuously improves. And the topic areas under that are recruitment, engagement, and support, wage studies and financial planning, and succession planning and employee resources. We're here today, as I said, this is a draft. We're here today to get the board's input. We realize there's a lot of material here in the objectives. This may well take several board discussions to get your full input. It's subject to the direction really by the chair and the board. What we could do today is to start with goal 1 and go through the various objectives there page by page, see what kind of input the board has and what kind of comments. I know the chair is concerned about public input on this and may wish to open it up for public input sooner in the discussion. But we're here really to get the board's direction today, and procedurally, Mr. Chairman, we have a couple of different options of ways we could proceed, but we're here to work at your direction and your pleasure. So,
do you want to give us a couple of different options that you might feel comfortable? Then I'll just sort of take an informal on the board of what they would really like to go ahead with.
One option would be to get general comment from the board on the scope of the material before you today, and get board preferences on how to proceed. Another potential would be to open it for public input and get a sense of what the public's reaction is to this document, given that this is going to be a long range and fairly substantial part of the county's overall framework of how we operate. Another option would be to start and just work our way through each goal set. There are 5 different goals, and obviously we wouldn't be able to, I don't believe we can get through this all in one day. I'd like to think we could, but there may take a couple of meetings to do that. But we could start with goal 1 and literally go page by page and see what specific comments the board members have, anything we're missing, want to add, delete, change, et cetera. So those are some options that the staff have discussed and feel that those could be viable ways to proceed.
Supervisor Askew, do you have a preference on this?
I actually have a lot to say about all of this, and I don't want to hijack the process or the steps in which we're going to take. But I guess an additional, what I had sort of pictured is that I wasn't sure what we were being asked if to approve the whole document today or to just begin discussion. But
I believe we're just doing discussion, so we can be very general. We're not. I don't think we're approving anything today.
Well, if it would be okay, I'd love to make some initial comments, and then whatever process you want to follow, I'm on board for.
I guess process is kind of what we'd like to
What we'd like,
sort of get
okay.
into here first. And you know, I don't know how much the public is engaged on this at this point. So I think it's going to take some process on that and getting that out. I personally sort of am more inclined to want to get down into specifics if possible, but looking for anybody, Supervisor Adams.
Can I finish my?
Or go ahead. I'm sorry. I
Thank you.
didn't know I cut you off there.
Okay, so I'll start off by just my big broad picture comments. I think the goals that we came up with our department heads are really good goals, and I think that the wordsmithing that happened between then and now has been really good, and I would be absolutely comfortable adopting the 5 goals as they're outlined in the board report. In regards to the key objectives that are listed for each one, my thought was that, we had some initial thoughts today, but that I would love to be able to have some more in-depth conversation about these at our board committees. I know we had capital improvements committee yesterday, and I had suggested that we include some time at our next CIC meeting to be able to really take a look at the objectives in our strategic goals document and talk a little more in detail in those spaces. So that would be my suggestion. And I did, however, given that we have the first 3 bullets on this list under Goal 1, well-being and quality of life, are around housing, I took some time and we've been reading through the housing element and hearing from a lot of folks. And I think that one of the things that we really need to do sooner rather than later is provide some clear direction to our county staff around what our objectives for housing are and what they look like. And so to that, I can't talk to you all outside of board meeting, but Yuri and I sat down and drafted up some, I'll let you pass these. Drafted up some draft key objectives that I think I would like to, if we could talk about that today, to give that direction. I would love to be able to give that direction to staff so that as we're engaging in public comment around the housing element, we're really clear from where we sit as a board about what goals or what elements, key objectives we want to be prioritizing. And so you could pass that out, and I'm not sure if we can put it up on the screen so that anyone who's watching can see. But we have 3 bullets listed here. I condensed what I'm hearing and seeing down into 4 main key objectives for housing, specifically to meet the housing needs of residents and workforce by removing government constraints on housing production that is affordable to our residents, planning a mix of housing types and designs that are aligned with workforce affordability data. The second, combating housing discrimination by eliminating racial bias in housing, reversing historical patterns of segregation by implementing policies and programs to affirmatively further fair housing. The third, to efficient use of land by maximizing dense infill development on sites with existing infrastructure in order to preserve open space and agricultural lands, maintaining capacity for future affordable housing needs to minimize sprawl and to support reduced greenhouse gas emissions. Finally, implementing a meaningful inclusive process that allows for incorporation of public comment in our draft housing element and anticipating a mid-cycle update to the housing element. So I think those are up on the screen, but that was, that's a lot to lay out, but I wanted to propose that we take action today to approve our goals, and it would be the other page that aside.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm just trying, I know this is a paragraph on the back, and if you're wanting it up, we need to get, if you could raise it up so that the date and the subject is kind of out of view, and then maybe take another page and get it down at the bottom, and we get the whole list of everything there. Yeah, I think then we can see everything out of that.
Right there.
Okay, so, sorry, I just wanted to catch you.
That's fine. So I guess I would propose that we adopt I'm comfortable adopting the 5 goals as they're outlined as the overarching goals. Direct our board committees to take some, additional discussion. I'd love to hear public comment, but specifically when it comes to housing, because it is such a critical issue that we're dealing with right now, I think it would be important for us to give some clear direction, and the strategic plan provides us a way to do that.
Supervisor Adams, you were going to make a comment.
Yes, thank you very much. Supervisor Root asked you for kind of laying this out, and I share that. As far as the process of where we can go would be, my hope is that we would agree on the goals, and I agree on the goals, so that's 2 of us. But what I would prefer we do then is just look at housing during this part of our meeting only, and don't even get into financial strategies.
Do you mean maybe goal 1, which is actually housing and
goal 1 is well-being and quality of life.
Oh, I see, financial.
The first objective is housing, and then there are a variety of different things underneath that. The second objective is financial strategies. I think we should just focus on the housing component because, as Supervisor Rudask had mentioned, we're all sitting here, with the housing element and with the arena numbers, and there's so much floating around. If we could just today close in just on these, just look at this first goal and the first objective, which is housing, and just spend the rest of our time today focused on that and seeing if we can come up with any really tangible solutions or approaches that all of us could agree to.
I think that's generally what I was suggesting is we start here on goal 1 and go down. If we have time and we available, maybe we can move on to the others, but surely can start.
I'm really parsing it down to just the first objective under the first goal. So not doing all of the objectives, just do and see how far we go. But housing is such a huge one.
Yeah, that was what I
could get through
how far
that
we
one.
go. Exactly. So I don't know if that's okay with the rest of the supervisors. We could do that.
I want to talk on other issues too.
Oh, sure.
Housing. I mean, if we want to have a special conversation on housing, we should do that and not just say we're going to ignore everything else because we're limited on time.
I think what Supervisor Adams is saying, at least what I understand, is we start right here at the top with housing and go down and take it bit by bit. If we have time, then we move on to the next section and the next section.
And I think going to Supervisor Lejo specifically, I would expect that you have information that is beyond what we have. Example, like expanding Wi-Fi for public access outside of public facilities. You may be more familiar with the governor's the revised budget and perhaps could offer some additional comments on something like this so that we don't waste a lot of our time because there's not going to be a whole lot of funding that might be there. Just as an example.
But as an example, water and sewer are critical to housing, right? In some of our areas like San Lucas, that we can't build housing there because we're lacking the proper infrastructure. There's a lot of, in previous conversations, we brought up that how we need to have some tertiary treatment for our sewage systems in Soledad and Gonzales and San Gerardo that would allow for more opportunities to make what we've seen as waste into something that is repurposed for addressing some of our needs in our county. And even M1W has talked about trying to expand its sewage connections in other parts of the county to be able to better utilize that. So that's all I'm saying is like there's all these many of these things are interconnected with the topic of housing. So I don't want to just cut off the conversation at one topic. That's all.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So what I think we're going to do, because we have a somewhat of a shortage of time here since we're trying to end the meeting at 4 and there's still some other items to go on. So why don't we just start from the top? It starts with housing. If I think Supervisor Lejo is saying if there's other items that fit in, maybe they can.
Okay.
But and maybe at this point, just so I make sure we get our public comment, and I'm just going to go out to the public at this point, letting the public know this is really the first draft of a draft, and people may not be quite aware of everything here, and I don't want to run into a shortage of time later on. So is there anybody in the chambers that would like to just address any item or the the strategic initiative. I'm going to go to the public here first, Supervisor, first, then I'll come back to you.
It's in the chambers, so.
Okay, I understand. You're not anybody, though.
Oh.
I don't see anybody in chambers. Is there anybody online?
Phone number ending in 837.
Okay, 837, you have 2 minutes to address these matters.
Hi, Brian Rosen here. You know, if you're a low-income person and you don't have a car and you want to go to Big Sur, you can't go there unless you hitchhike or you get a ride from a friend. All this talk of equity, it seems to be ignoring the conditions that are really out there. Low-income people and their children can't afford healthy organic food, and they often eat toxic food. You know, I mean, there's a lot of problems. If you want to go to Santa Cruz on a bus, it takes a long time. You have to, on local buses. And Sonoma County took the bull by the horns, and they got that. They don't have much more population than Monterey County, and they got quite a rail system in. We can get people around, but I'm tired of the talk of equity because it seems to mean the opposite of what it purports to be. Have you heard of George Orwell before? We need real equity, which means justice, and we need opportunity for all. You know, let the poor, low-income people have access to the beautiful areas. It can be done without all this environmental destruction. And we also have to ask ourselves, what kind of future do we want to have? When do we want to stop building? Because we do it slow or fast, it adds up. Do we want a sustainable future, or do we want just one big city all the way up to San Francisco and more and more and more crowded? And everyone in the country wants to live here. Of course, we want people to be well. Let's put in a campground for homeless people where they can set up their tents and they can stay there if they do their part and do their part to keep things clean, and some fruit trees for people so low-income people can have organic fruit, and in public parks. And Martin Luther King said that all the money is going to the military-industrial complex to commit mass murder in one of his speeches, The Three Evils of Society. How right we're doing it to this day. There really isn't that much money, and you know the cities are kind of trapped by the feds. Our tax dollars are going in the wrong direction. So, but we really do need to look out for people, but we also need sustainability.
Thank you,
and thank you
for
very, very
comments.
much.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
Esther Malcolm.
Yes, Ms. Malcolm.
Hello again. So I'm happy to see housing as the top of this list because basically housing is what supports everything else that's on this list. You can't have resilient communities. You can't, I mean, where are you going to address the digital divide if people aren't housed and they have a place to get digital access? Healthcare, everything boils down to housing. And so I would suggest, you know, we need to retain and attract workforce. We lost a lot of workers. We need to bring them back. We need professionals to even come here. We don't have enough housing, affordable or otherwise. So I think what we have to focus on when you talk about housing is that you can't build enough housing if you're going to rely on only inclusionary. You've got to find a way to create more 100% affordable housing. So I will point out the city of Monterey that they have done that by getting a couple of city-owned properties and building all the units on there 100% affordable. Why? Because they know that if you have developers building and all you're going to get is 20% of them affordable, you're never going to have enough housing. And you do absolutely need to have housing as the top of the barrel of anything you're going to talk about when it comes to the future of the county and the people that live here of all different, you know, ages and professions. It's really at the base of what's needed. So I would like to see you guys start working more on finding a way creatively, like the city of Monterey did, to create 100% affordable development. And they did it, you know, with nonprofit developers and on underused city property. I'm not saying that you guys have that same option, but it is really the housing is the number one reason, and we can't keep adding to the homelessness.
Comments there. Anyone else?
Priscilla Walton.
Yes, Ms. Walton.
unmute. Thank you, Priscilla Walton. And I wanted to comment on this in the context of the recent draft report on the sixth cycle housing element. I think that this particular memo from Supervisor Askew is really critical to have the support of the supervisors because the report doesn't have clearly articulated strategic goals, key housing objectives, and that all needs to be laid out. And also it needs to have the meaningful public process and inclusion and the ongoing development of this with the rest of the community. And so the report that is now going to be before you shortly was written by largely an outside consultant with generic views, lacking local context of knowledge, and really doesn't focus on the housing that's actually needed, just using the old market rate model, which we know is ineffective and doesn't provide affordable housing. No creative new thinking out of the box, new initiatives to provide affordable housing. And so I think what's very important about the memo here is that it gives you a context for writing a report, which is really absent right now. So I would from the public think that this should precede any study of the housing needs, so that it's really laid out well and you have a map and a guide, and that the public participate in that process, so you have the full support of the public. We need affordable housing. We need more of that housing than we need market-driven housing. And these are not only factual issues, but then there's the political realities of making all of that happen and the financing. But without the vision, I think.
Thank you for your comments. With that, we'll close public comment. Supervisor, I know you wanted to say something. If like to get on to Mr. Chirlis's.
That's fine. I was just going to suggest that we take the mandatory matters that we have at the end of our agenda first before we got into this discussion, but we're already in the discussion, so I think that's just as fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, we can start to go through the goals, or the objectives, rather.
Please do, and start with the housing. And
okay.
We're quite aware that this is a draft. It's not the cleanest document. As Supervisor Alejo brought up, there are housing elements elsewhere that are.
Okay, thank you. Well, if Karina, if we could put up the slide that we just had up. Okay, so on the first page of the goal number 1, which is well-being and quality of life, the first page of that, the objectives really speak to housing. These are the draft objectives that are before you at the moment in terms of what the staff has submitted. The first one has to do with streamlining the permit process to encourage construction of affordable housing. And I'm going to go through the objectives real briefly. The next is to achieve or exceed the regional housing needs allocation housing goals to meet local needs. The next is expand opportunities for affordable and workforce housing development. And then the last one is related. It's the idea of preparing a vacancy tax ordinance for board consideration. I can go through the milestones if the board wishes. Each of these objectives has some fairly specific milestones that would be the subcomponents to help meet those objectives. One has to do with ADU regulations, reviewing and updating those, adopting the sixth cycle housing element, reviewing policies and regulations to remove barriers that discourage housing production. The next one on the regional housing needs allocation has to do with monitoring and reporting progress toward the RENA goals to the board and to state HCD, revise housing policies as needed to ensure those goals are met, and plan on 100 units built and subsidized per fiscal year until we reach 1,000 units. The next one, having to do with expanding the affordable and workforce housing development opportunities, has to do with reviewing opportunities for housing development on county-owned property, seeking grant funding to subsidize affordable housing developments, continuing to provide funding to nonprofit housing development for the provision of housing in County of Monterey, exploring opportunities to partner with local industries and workforce housing projects, and to continue to prioritize and expedite application processing for farm worker housing. And then the one on the vacancy tax speaks to the milestone there, speaks to the priority use of funds generated that would be for affordable and workforce housing development if there were such an ordinance created. So those are the ones that are before you at the moment, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the objectives in this goal section really speak more to quality of life. They're not the housing specific goals per se. They're primarily having to do with quality of life, community engagement, and we can speak to those when you wish. But probably the gist of the main housing goals or objectives rather are here on the screen before you now. And I don't know if you wish to discuss those further, give us input, your preference.
I have just a hunch that the board would like to discuss further and give its input. If
thank you.
As I look at this, just for my opinion, as I look at this, some of this here I think is a little more strategic, while the other is a little more tactical. And I know we're trying to do strategic. So when I look down at the part about prepare vacancy tax ordinance for board consideration, I have a hard time seeing that as a strategic goal because it has to go to board for consideration. I'm not saying that isn't an issue to be brought forth and discussed on its own, but to put in strategic goals that are going to last for many years. The last one is last how long? 15 years?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, this would be what the vacancy tax would be one of the objectives. It would be one of the shorter term 1 to 5 year objectives. The goal itself is the overarching goal of well-being and quality of life. So the vacancy tax is really an objective, a sub-unit under that goal, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I understand. And again, I'm not saying that's something for bringing up for consideration to the board. I just wonder if it should be as a goal because the board hasn't decided upon it. Well, I think there's generally a feeling that, yeah, we need to achieve or exceed our regional housing or arena needs because we're required to do that. That's got to be a goal, whether we want to pursue. So, and I looked through this on other aspects too, and I've seen several things I felt maybe should be pulled out of the strategic plan, but considered by the board in more of a short term than even 5 years.
Yeah, understand. Thank you.
That's just sort of my input. Yeah. But
just to be clear, I think what you're mentioning is that this is more targeted, so perhaps prepare vacancy tax ordinance so that should actually be under expand opportunities for affordable and workforce housing, since it would be one of the actions,
yes,
potentially.
That's exactly it. Yep, it's an action.
That would work
not
as
an
well,
objective.
yes. Supervisor Adams, that was your comment? That was your...
Totally echoing what Sonia just said.
I think Supervisor asked you better hand up there.
Yeah, I just, I guess I'm not sure that we're going to, all 5 of us, be able to comment on every single one of these objectives as they're currently listed here. So I'm not sure how far we're going to get through this. I'm just going to, again, propose that we schedule time on all of our board subcommittees where there's just 2 of us, and we can maybe have a little more detailed conversation thinking about the specific policy areas that we address. Just from a process perspective, I'm not sure how effective this is going to be. So that would be my suggestion. But I will again say I think that if we leave today, I would like to see us be able to walk away with some clear direction on housing as part of our strategic goals for our staff to work with as they continue down the path of engaging. We have the Planning Commission tomorrow is, for instance, meeting to talk about the housing element. And I think they would benefit from having a clear understanding of what our direction and what our goals are as a board. So within the context of a strategic plan, yes, Supervisor Alejo, there are many pieces of issues that need to be addressed, and many of them are included elsewhere in this document. But I would like to be able to walk away today saying we gave clear direction, at least on the housing piece of what we expect staff to move forward with.
And I understand your suggestion there, but if some of these overlap different committees, and I can see if we go to the committee, and then we're still bringing it back to the full board.
We'd still have to come back.
And I, where we're going to go with this, That's a good question.
Okay, so in the absence of that, I will just say, I think I've looked fairly extensively at vacancy tax. I fully support it. It would require a vote by all of the jurisdictions, so all 13 jurisdictions in our county would all have to vote for it. Otherwise, we'd only be talking about an incorporated county. So I definitely think it's something that we should be pursuing. It's much more complicated than it appeared at first glance, but I would support us moving forward with it. In terms of the 3 housing bullets that are listed here, these are pieces of a project, but I think that they failed to address the overriding goals, and I would propose the 4 key objectives that I've presented to replace the 3 bullets that are there. The 3 bullets would fit into each of the 4 goals that I've outlined. That would be my suggestion for this section.
I would first say we have a process of our housing element where I think we really should be focusing on a lot more of the details of how we're going to achieve our housing goals over the next 7 to 8 years. We just opened that process. We're soliciting public input. We're having meetings in various parts of the county. This month there was already a meeting on the first day held. We need a lot. I think that's where we need to focus. I think with the strategic plan is trying to look at the overarching, some of the bigger bird's eye view kind of goals of things we want to focus in this particular area. So I agree with everything that's on here. Even if we had the vacancy ordinance for unincorporated, I think that would be big. Let's start right there and hopefully inspire other cities to do the same, to make sure that those houses are being utilized to serve our residents primarily. But just to fine tuning what you have here, I would say just like 3 examples, for instance, where it talks about continue to prioritize and expedite application for processing farm worker housing. I would just augment and other workforce housing, right? So we're talking about perhaps other types of housing, whether it's education, hospitality, healthcare. As a goal, I want to say we give those kind of projects that come before us some priority in the coming years. There was nothing here about homelessness. Here on expanding opportunities for affordable housing, I would just include and supporting the development of permanent supportive housing for our homeless, right? Just so it's in our goal as that's a priority that we need to achieve to get people off the streets, out of shelters, and into permanent supportive housing. And the only other one I would say is an example just to fine tune would be to utilize our county properties to advance our housing and homelessness goals. And somebody talked about what Monterey did, but we're doing 132 units with Eden Housing and the City of Salinas on our 855 East Laurel project, 100% affordable. But those take years to put the financing together, get the tax credits. Eden Housing, experts in this area will tell you it takes a long time to get all the financing together. But on the other side of that property, we're proposing an affordable housing for seniors, for our aging population. I think from 2016 till now, our seniors have increased by 11%. So we should have something in here for housing for our growing senior population in Monterey County as well, because it does fit in with affordable housing, but particular needs for a population that is increasing. I think it needs some recognition within these strategic goals. Thank you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Lopez?
I'll just share generally, I agree with what's here and the way that it's been laid out. I also found the missing piece around homelessness, but I was just hoping when we laid that out, we say countywide, because I know it's been a goal of this board, and I want to make sure that that continues, that we meet community where they are on that particular issue. Yeah, I think I can support what's here already. I'm happy to do that.
And I would say I can support what's pretty much just here too, although as I look at this, and I look at the whole picture, what we're doing, I just wonder if the expected milestones that we have for everything here are just going a little deeper in the weeds than we need to for a strategic plan. 4 or 5 years from now, we're going to be a different situation. We may not need this, may not need that. And I feel like it needs to be a little more strategic and a little less tactical.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we actually, I think we would recommend that we revisit these more frequently than we did in the past, to put it one way. Yeah, it needs to be, the fact that it sat from '09 until this past spring that created its own set of issues. We'd like to avoid that in the future, more frequent revisiting of these and to deal with the kind of issues that you are. Can I ask a clarifying question of Supervisor Lopez? Can you restate, I want to make sure, you mentioned countywide, I want to make sure I understand the context of
In
that.
the context of homelessness and battling that with permanent supportive housing, we've made it a goal, especially with Roxanne in the last few years, to make sure that we're creating opportunities for that PSH, permanent supportive housing, countywide, right? We
understand.
Truman House, we've got Share Center, and now we've got a couple different investments in South County.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that that vision carries through, making sure we meet community where they are, because often those folks aren't prepared to leave the community they're in because they have connections and ties there. Okay. And so rather than continuing to send everybody to one place as we had in the past, keeping that at the center of the document would be important for me.
Understand. Thank you. Appreciate that.
So just a clarification point as well. On the board reports that we now get, there's at the end, there's a little checkbox area for administration health. Is that from the previous strategic?
Yes.
I actually feel that it's not very helpful, if I may suggest that. Sometimes I've seen it, no boxes checked. It is still a board report. Yeah. So it's, I think whatever we do, we need to find a way to make it more meaningful and measurable as we go forward, and that's a little too vague. The one thing I am just jumping here back to the housing then is one thing I would like to see in here is as we talk about streamlining permitting and trying to achieve affordable housing and everything is I think it would be good for the board to know that when we have a board report on something that comes before us on some policy in the county or adopting something, is what impact is that having on the cost of housing? We go through and put something in, we approve on something, maybe it has the impact and raises the cost of housing. We need to really evaluate that. So I mean that's my view. I think would be an important piece to know into there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as to your other comment about how these are used in terms of the board reports and the current checkbox, we've had a just very beginning discussion about how we might want to use this going forward, probably something different than what we're currently doing. So yes, Supervisor.
Thank you. I did want to weigh in on this in a bigger sense, as everybody else is doing. So I want to go back to the objectives that Wendy had presented and ask Craig as well. If we were to adopt these as part of our overarching plan, we would have the goals that we all agreed on. First goal being well-being and quality of life. First objective being housing. And then we would have these more inclusive, if you will, kind of comments. But so I want to ask you then, based on what you foresee for tomorrow at the Planning Commission, when we're going to be presenting, when you are going to be presenting the housing element, could you imagine these as part of the goals of the housing element as we're looking at things? I know we've just had an opportunity to look at them as we have as well.
Just clarifying, are you talking about the goals on the screen here or the goals that were proposed by Supervisor Askew?
The goals that were proposed by Supervisor Askew, because many of the things that are on the board are action plans, how to implement the objectives.
Yes, so on the board is adopt the sixth cycle housing element, and that's under streamlined permitting process and encourage construction of affordable housing, accessory, it should be, not alternative, but alternative dwelling units. And
so we're talking about these?
Yes.
These are the ones, okay.
So in adopting the sixth cycle housing element, there is a need to identify goals and objectives in the housing element that we're trying to accomplish. What are we trying to accomplish in the housing element? And how does the housing element move us towards those goals? In the goals of the housing element aren't bulleted out here, but they are in Supervisor Askew's memo. So they are related, and One is kind of the strategic initiatives of the board on housing, and the other is what are our housing goals and policies, and adopting the housing element, which is one of our strategic goals and initiatives. I'm not sure if I'm providing any more clarity, but these key objectives or goals for the housing element that would be included in the action that's listed on the board there. So it would help if the board provided goals and objectives in getting to the end, which is adoption of the housing element.
I think I'm just struggling on that concept we're talking about asking that these go back to committees, but sitting on the housing committee and just seeing it today, I'd want some time with it because there's a lot there on that document, specifically in some of the points that I'd want to understand what the potential impact could be with staff.
I appreciate your comment. I guess I just simply disagree with you because to me, it seems like this puts it into usable chunks. This isn't cutting anything out or adding anything in my opinion. It's simply putting it in bigger and easier to understand chunks that are things that we hope to achieve. Up here are all of the things that we can do to achieve the things that are on the paper.
Right, but like the pieces around efficient, right, are those hand tying when we're looking at some of these projects? Because that's not here. We're talking about streamlining, then you're talking about limiting work and go as infill. Now, if that starts to get used against projects, those are pieces I want to understand that I would like to have time to go over with staff and private to have those conversations about what that looks like. Sitting on the housing committee, I think that's where we could do something like that and spend that time, but we're being
Should we be spending that time right here, right now?
Well, again, we've got 40 minutes, and I think to me that's a 2-hour-long conversation. And we're struggling with this efficiency question and process question, which we have not yet determined. We're kind of taking it as it comes. And so I'm struggling with, is this that time? And I don't think, given that we're trying to end by 4 today, that we have the time.
So I think there's two pieces, and I know, Craig, go ahead with your piece, and then I have a follow-up to yours.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that it could be the other way around as well. I'm sorry that I think you could adopt these, the goals, if you wanted to, as part of your strategic initiatives, and then that would guide some of the other policies that happen. So it actually could be both ways, and I didn't mean to limit it to these are only something that would be goals of the housing element and how we're achieving the housing element, but you could adopt them as part of your strategic goals, overarching, and then move like streamlining permitting process under one of them. And so, I mean, I think there are different ways to approach it.
So with the comment period occurring right now for the housing element, one of the thoughts is you do want that community input to try to help inform the goals rather than going in with established goals. I mean, even if we do have some parameters that we're operating under, right, with that additional input, the goals could potentially fluctuate in one way or another. And the thought is we're trying to capture it there. But I think from our perspective, in this meeting is trying to capture what the board's direction is. This information that's in front of us was fed by the department heads, and in terms of when we had this meeting with the board, trying to identify those things that would happen, would be key to happen in order to reach those larger goals. And then keeping in mind that the last time the strategic initiatives were adopted was right before the real estate issue, the crash, et cetera. So I think so many things have changed that we're trying to keep it broader, but then be very targeted within the next 1 to 5 years. So I see elements of this. My only concern is how do you then capture the input from the community?
So just to going back here on the whole process thing, I know
I haven't had a chance to speak as much as my
go right
colleagues
ahead.
here.
Go ahead.
I wanted just to comment because, first of all, I would hope that we would utilize the process we have, not only the housing element, but we do have our housing, health housing, and and Human Services Committee where we could hopefully get more input, and certainly to the 30-day public comment, I agree we should get more and get more public input and help that shape some of our goals. I agree with that. And that's why I don't think coming to a meeting and coming with some memo that was just distributed here is the proper way to do it. But just looking at some of the bullet points here, number 4, we're already doing a meaningful, inclusive process. That process is going to be over, I think, on June 6th already, right? But some of these others, I'm not sure that they've come up in our housing discussions. I haven't heard the public come and say we need to reverse historical patterns of segregation. But on number 1, there's some buzzwords here that stick out to me when they talk about housing that are, this is the buzzword, is that are aligned with workforce affordability data. I hear that in opponents' arguments against housing in Monterey County when they make assumptions about working people and low-income families. They assume we should only be building houses that in their mind should be built for our lowest income people, many of those who are Latino families. So I always, when I hear words like that, I said, who is speaking for who? The people who are opposing it aren't the people living in these communities. There aren't people who look like me that are struggling, that are renters, that are struggling to afford a home. So when I hear they want to build housing that is aligned to workforce data, I go, who's saying that? The community's not saying that. My community in East Salinas and other parts of Salinas, they're not saying that. They want to have more housing built, but those are words that could then constrain housing because, we're not building the type of housing that meets the data. And they talk about historical patterns of segregation. Yes, in the past in Monterey County, we did have redlining in places like Pacific Grove. Not all over Monterey County. It was certain parts of our county that had that, and our assessor is removing that language from the historical records and deeds per state law. But that should be reframed in terms of we should be, as a goal, housing opportunities in all parts of our county so that they're not only in the Salinas Valley, but they are on the 68 corridor, they are in Carmel, they are in Carmel Valley, places that when those projects come here, we used to hear the people who oppose them. There's no transit, so they start making assumptions that poor people can only live in places where there's a bus line going through, that most working people have their own vehicles. And then on the third point, I would just say, when I hear the buzzwords, infill development on sites, I agree with Supervisor Lopez, but those are all buzzwords where opponents to housing say, if you have it in your plan, we should be doing that and not look. And yes, infill is great. There's smaller projects in different places in our county where it makes sense. But and to reach some of our major housing goals, that criteria is not going to fit every major project that will have us achieve our RENA numbers at the end of the 7 years that are left in our cycle. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of these, they sound good, but when you actually look on how they're used by opponents of housing, they could be detrimental to our goals. And that's where I want to, some could be reframed in terms of housing opportunities in all parts of our counties, but others are buzzwords that are used by housing opponents in the future. Thank you.
Okay, we've taken right out the bat probably the most divisive issue we possibly can, and we have a real rough draft in front of us. It doesn't even have, as was discussed here earlier, we have three or four items here on housing. But if you flip through other parts of this, there's housing that relates into there. Supervisor Askew suggested it should go to committee first at this point. Kind of Supervisor Alejo and Lopez even kind of suggested that. And just to keep, I think for us to really be able to go into at this point, because it is such a rough draft, I think that my view is that's probably where we need to go. Otherwise, we're not really going to get quite anywhere. And looking at our time, looking where we've gone on, I think it's been 30 minutes that's actually been really productive as we've tried to handle this, and it's an octopus we're trying to wrestle essentially. And so I think we need to stick with the process right here. My suggestion is going to be to go back to what Supervisor Askew suggested, and we throw these things to committees. We decide there might be some lap over between various committees. Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, if I could, and I think part of why you're not wrong, and that there are disagreements on our board about housing. And I think it's part of why the housing element has been so challenging for our staff to pull together, because there isn't clear board direction about the goals and the overarching direction that we're asking staff to move forward with. We are out for public comment on our housing element, but we also as a board have a duty and a responsibility to be clear about the expectations that we have and the direction that we want to see our county go in. I don't appreciate being called anti-housing or having my language used in that way. That is absolutely not what I've outlined here. So I just need to say very clearly on the record that, no,
I said
don't
it was
interrupt
used by
me.
housing
Please
opponents.
don't interrupt
No.
me.
The supervisor asking
was
right
you,
now
but-
has the floor. If you could please respect that.
I will make a motion today that we, so because I do think it's important that we're really clear about our goals for housing, and because I recognize that there is a split on our board as to whether we're doing sprawl development for housing and that any housing is good housing, or that we want to be intentional and focused about where we're deciding to build housing and the types of housing that we're deciding to build. That's why I've outlined what I've outlined. So my motion today will be that we adopt the 5 goals that are outlined, the overarching goals, that we ask our board committees to take and our staff to take a closer look at the objectives as they're listed, and bring, once we've hashed that out a little bit, bring that back to the full board. But in the meantime, so that we can move forward as a board, being clear, at least with some level of majority, board majority for our staff, so that our staff has direction as they're trying to hash out where we move forward and how we build out a housing element. I would also like to, as part of my motion, suggest that we adopt the following 4 objectives as part of our housing, as I've outlined in my memo. I'll make that as a motion. Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Yeah, at this point, I'd like to keep it as broad as possible. I'm happy to go with the five goals of the motion here and take in consideration what you propose or anybody else proposed at this point for consideration down the line. But I think I'd like to try to keep some kind of unanimity and agreement as we go ahead into here at this point. So if we can stay with the 5 goals, and then what you proposed go in for consideration as well, and any other supervisor that maybe has something to present as well on other items of here, if that would be fine.
Okay, so what I hear you saying, so I guess what I'm saying is that I don't think we're going to get to consensus on our position on housing as a board. From everything I've heard over the last 2 years, we've had 2 housing workshops. I've heard what each individual person has said, some with louder voices than others. I've heard what the community has said. We're continuing to hear from community feedback, but I feel it's important that at least I'm clear about the position that I have on housing, and I think it would really benefit our staff to have some, even if it's a split vote. We're never going to, from everything I've heard on this board, we do not agree on the path forward to get to our housing outcomes.
Yeah, I'm not saying we're going to have a consensus on the end result, but what I'm trying to do is get a consensus in a process right now. At this point, this is what was first raised by Nick when he came up here, and we tried a couple different ways to look at this. I'm going back to your suggestion. We send it to committees, we look into it, and I think each supervisor is probably going to have different things they want to input in, not just on the committees that they're on, but on this whole thing.
Can we make that a substitute motion then, what you're suggesting?
Can I make a comment on the first motion?
Second.
Sure, Supervisor Adams.
I agree with what you just said, Glenn, completely. But I feel like what has been presented here is merely a framework. It takes all of the other stuff that we've got up there and just kind of whittles it into bigger chunks that we can deal with. I'm fearful that if we take this whole big draft to the committees, we will waste a whole lot of time, because I don't think that people are going to be able to come up with anything to digest. I just believe that we have a nice framework. And if any of my colleagues who disagree with these particular words, give us number 5 that will, be what you feel would be something to add to it.
If we don't want to take it to committees, that's fine, but then I don't think we're going to be able to address this here today. I know we can't do that, and we need to look at a special board meeting and just take on this whole thing separately.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a substitute motion to to do what you're suggesting, what you suggested earlier, and I think there was a second from Supervisor Lopez. I just wanted to a point of personal privilege that I never suggested my colleague. I was clear on what I stated. I said housing advocates have used that exact language at multiple hearings that I've been at, including LAFCO, and here, and in their letters. So I was referring to them. I didn't insinuate that to my colleague. I said the housing opponents have actually used this language in the past, so it raises a red flag for me. It was never directed towards Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. So I don't know what I'm suggesting is that different from what Supervisor Askew's motion is, which I believe hers was to include this in, and that's what I'm suggesting we include it and anybody else, any other supervisor that has some proposals here to go through. This is a real rough document, and it needs a real. And I'm referring to the to the draft that we have as real rough document. So there's going to have to be a lot of input going into this, and there's a lot of items here on these milestones that I don't think necessarily we should be totally addressing with. There's some of these in here, or that need some modification. So everything needs to be looked at as a modification. I'm saying throw in Supervisor Askew's into there for consideration. Throw in somebody else. If some other supervisors have things to put in, let's put it in there. Let's start this over and start it over in a manageable way. And that's what my. Yeah, that's right. Supervisor Askew, is that acceptable to you, or?
I mean, I'm feeling like our staff is being attacked for what's been put forward in our housing element, and it's because they haven't had clear direction from us. And I'm saying I think it's important that we, at least a majority of the board, give some clear direction around the housing issues today as part of our housing, as part of our plan, our strategic plan, so that we have before us
the strategic plan, not the housing element. So I feel like we're kind of jumping off into something else at the moment. And I understand some requests for that, but we're asking to lift a whole lot here right now. And
yep. So I'll just restate my initial motion was that we adopt the 5 goals as outlined. We ask staff to take another, clean this up a little bit so that we get the technical pieces out so that we're focused on policy, that we have an opportunity for the committees to, within their area of expertise, have some conversation about it. And in the meantime, that we identify these 4 objectives as our housing objectives, so that over the next month, while we're hashing out housing element, while Planning Commission is working on it, we can at least give some clear direction on our goals for housing. That's my motion.
And so could you please just tell me where we stand with motions, because I thought that there was a substitute motion on the floor.
The substitute motion by Supervisor Alejo would be considered first. It was seconded by Supervisor Lopez, and if I heard correctly, that is to approve the 5 goals and let it go out to 2 committees.
Yes,
as needed.
and collect and consider all the input that was gathered today by the supervisors as it's going to come back to us at some point.
Mr. Spencer, you're been wanting to say something here. It might be illuminating.
Words of wisdom.
If it helps at all, I think you have in this memo from Supervisor Askew, you have some bold language that is, the goals of meeting housing needs of residents and workforce. And then let's not go into what the rest of it says. You have combating housing discrimination, efficient use of land, and implementing a meaningfully inclusive process. Those are probably things we can work with in the housing element discussion, and work on the language that accompanies that bold language. If that would be helpful at all, we can deal with that kind of framework that's out there without getting into the specifics of the descriptions within them.
I mean, I guess I'm okay with that. I was really trying not to have us do real action on things, exactly. On anything today, but if you're requesting for some assistance on that, I'm okay on that at this point and onto there. And if that's got to be a third motion, then I'll make a substitute.
Yeah.
Which I think
It would be a request for a friendly amendment to Supervisor Alejo's motion.
So process.
Or we could
back
just
to
go ahead
process.
and
Here,
Substitute
the
has to go
substitute
motion and then
motion first, and if that doesn't pass, then to hear the original motion.
And Supervisor Churchill, if you could suggest a friendly amendment, if you want this to go back to the committees,
I'll
and we can
make the
that more
friendly
clear.
amendment utilizing the language that Mr. Spencer has raised into there. Upon putting just on the bold points, if that's what we're needing to do out of here to get some clarification, and that it goes back to the committees, of course.
Right. I mean, to me, that's the sort of thing we would talk about at committee, right? And I don't know.
But there's kind of, I guess, a compromise. It's not going, like, as Craig suggested, not going to all the details, but just some higher points. I could live with that to get through this today. And but it's going to come back anyways, But with
it's all going to come back in the context of this whole draft strategic plan, which I would rather we were sticking with and not getting into some, too deep in the
high
weeds.
level, just a bolded language.
So he's accepted Craig Spencer's high-level objectives as a friendly amendment, so that still
That's
stands.
fine. The second stands.
The second stand or no?
It does. If he's fine with it, then yeah.
Yes, so it's
Supervisor,
included.
you're okay with that? I think earlier, didn't you say? Right, so we're kind of,
I'm so sorry, but I didn't hear what Supervisor Rudasky said.
Is your microphone on?
Not. I would have suggested Director Spencer's as a friendly amendment, but we have a substitute motion on the floor that has that language included. So taking the high language of meeting the housing needs and residents and workforce, combating housing discrimination, efficient use of land, and implementing a meaningfully inclusive process is included in the current motion on the floor. I can support that. Thank you.
I just wanted to provide clarification in connecting with our Civil Rights Office. The California Civil Rights Department deals with housing discrimination. So I just want to make sure maybe we have a little bit of flexibility in that language, since there is an organization that addresses that specifically. Is there a way to soften that language to still meet the objective?
My understanding is that it speaks specifically to the requirements of the housing element to support affirmatively fair housing. It's literally the language is taken from affirmatively fair housing requirements.
So with that understanding, then it's on the record here.
yeah. I think we're all, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
we have, I don't know where we're at on the motions. I think we're on the substitute. So I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, we've moved on to this.
Good job, Craig.
Hopefully this will come back when Supervisor Lopez is chair. Okay, other board matters, county administrative officer comments.
So thank you for the discussion. Sorry. I do appreciate all the discussion today, especially because I know there's a great amount of interest on behalf of all the department heads. So I do want to firstly thank all of the department heads that have contributed to the document as it is as a draft. There is quite a bit of crossover because so many elements of the goals interact with one another. So I think as we go forward, we'll have a little bit more clarity. But the fact that there's that willingness to have a discussion and to update the goals to be more, objective and to support what we're trying to do today, I think is the important piece. So with that, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the county council's office today, a staff of 39 individuals who advise 26 departments in addition to our elected department heads. The office has 19 attorneys that handle 500 active litigation cases and arbitration cases, and also 620 advisory assignments. In addition to that, their primary goal is to protect our most vulnerable populations, including juvenile dependency, LPS, and conservatorship work. We do have a risk division that's been very busy with a significant number of general liability claims and also 949 current workers' comp claims that they're addressing, and a myriad of safety and insurance issues. Impact litigation matters have led to successfully bringing in millions of dollars to the county to combat the effect of things such as lead paint and tobacco use. And county council also serves outside public agencies, including TAMSI, LAFCO, the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. So all that is just to say thank you to the county council's office and all the great work that they're doing in supporting our departments.
Thank you. And we have 3 new referrals, I believe.
We do. Sorry. Yes, we have 3 new referrals. Referrals 2024 05, 06, and 07. The first is from Supervisor Church and requests the Board of Supervisors to implement a policy that will waive fees for speed hump installation in low-income neighborhoods to create safer roads. 06 is from Supervisor Alejo, and it is to allow for the use of the 23-24 District 1 office budget unspent funds to be able to contribute to planned COVID Memorial Fund. And the third is the 07 is also from Supervisor Alejo, and it is a request to update the current County Relocation Assistance Ordinance 18.15.050 tenant relocation provisions to allow for an option of the County of Monterey to require landlords, property owners who violate the county's housing ordinance to pay owed tenant relocation assistance upfront into a county account so that tenants can claim the owed rent later without having to interact with landlord or property owner to better track payments made to housing victims and ensure timeliness. All of these have been assigned to our various departments and will be coming to your board for review and discussion at a later date.
Thank you. And we do have 1 referral response. It was update on referral 2024.1 on the grant program for nonprofits for who? Elsa's on? Okay, Elsa, I guess would be.
Yeah, hi. Oh, hi. This is Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department. Cindy Burnham, our Hitchcock Road Animal Services Administrator, is the one who's going to be providing the update. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board and CAO's office. I have a PowerPoint that I will share on my screen. On the screen. So I'm with Monterey County or Hitchcock Road Animal Services. Sorry, I'm looking through all my screen. Oh, there we go. Okay. Do you see a puppy? Hopefully. So this is referring to board referral number 202 4.1, spay, neuter, and pet surrender education. Education on spay neuter is very important. I think we all understand that. It promotes responsible pet ownership. It helps to reduce pet overpopulation. When people know more about spay neuter, then they're more likely to seek those services. It improves animal welfare. It can overall reduce financial burdens on pet owners and shelters. Our current Hitchcock Road Animal Services, we've recently revised our website. It is now provided in English and Spanish, and we continue to make upgrades on that. We've expanded our social media education on lost and found pet information, pet abandonment, and spay neuter procedures. We're working with the health department's information team to help us with that, to increase our capacity internally to do that. And we've been increasing our presence in the community to share resources and education by way of presentations and events. We're scheduled to go out in Castroville this week. We've been out to various events, and we're scheduling some larger adoption and education events into the fall. So the health department was asked to specifically develop a grant program for local nonprofits to provide and expand on what we're currently providing. That's not a grant program that we've provided in the past. So what we did is we met internally to figure out, what does that mean? The task was obviously to make a easy to implement program. We looked at what would be most helpful. We did provide a survey to some of our rescue partners who are our trusted partners already. We know some of them, in addition to helping us rescue animals, they also go out into the community to do events. We reached out with them via survey to find out if we could help them, what would they need. So we want to come up with a program that supports areas that may be related to print and social media, volunteer and staff recruitment. Those are areas that they all need help with. We will promote locally to already trusted and approved partners. There are others out there that are very well-meaning, but we want to make sure that we're working with folks that are legitimate and organizations that we know will send the correct messages out in the community. And while at the time the report was prepared, we had not gotten an update from the Action Council, but we have received an update that the Action Council is able to assist us in distributing any funds that will alleviate our internal need to have individual agreements with a lot of these different agencies in our goal to keep this an easy program to manage. Staff will select the content and work with our approved partners, ultimately in receipt of the Action Council funds. And we provided some funds on the next slide, but we're hoping there'll flexibility once we truly understand when partners apply what they specifically need. So our proposed strategy is to divide up the 30,000 that we've requested, is to divide that up with about 8,000 with print materials. And I know we found this too, that people like something tangible when they're at events. And so creating that tangible event that they can then take home and look at, that will direct them to websites, social media, that kind of a thing. Social media content, supporting them as they create that. Recruitment, as far as whether it's for staffing, most use volunteers to help promote that. I know that's an area I think a lot of agencies are struggling now with volunteer recruitment. And then if there's any advertisement or promotional opportunities that they can come up with that we can support with that. The Action Council does have a 15% administrative cost, and so that's reflected there. And so that would be the intent of this program, is to distribute those to support those local groups. And with that, I am available for any questions.
Go out first to see if there's any public comment on this. I see no one in the chambers, nobody online. Bring it back to the board. Any questions? Supervisor Lopez, it's yours. So
yeah, I just want to thank you, Cindy, and your team for putting this together. I'm happy to close out the referral after this presentation. I'm excited to see what comes of it. My last request would be that we get a report back, even if it's just in the form of a consent item with the details once the money's expended, to understand the impact we were able to have. But thank you for your work on this.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you.
So I'm just hoping somebody can just help me with this. We're already in the middle of the budget process, and it's $30,000, which is, I don't know, not much to the whole process. But it just feels odd that we're taking a special request now. It probably has to do far more with the process of the referral.
We approved it in the budget process, so the money will come from next year's. We made that decision during our budget deliberations.
I agree then. Thank you.
Anybody else? We don't take any action on this. Am I correct? Yeah. Okay. It's already done. All right. So we'll close that item. We'll go to board comments. Supervisor Alejo, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll be proud to. First of all, I want to really thank our Congress member, Zoe Lofgren. I know she's been doing these throughout the county, handing out $1 million checks. But for me, it's just great to see that she's, as a new Congress member, she is prioritizing projects in various parts of this Monterey County, in particular, I think King City, Soledad, I know she did something for Watsonville, but most recently, and the city of Salinas, but most recently at Rancho Cielo, that allows that culinary program that focuses on at-risk youth to be able to learn from the best chefs, but now focusing on desserts. They had a young lady who went through a lot, as she explained, in her young life, and in the culinary arts is where she found her passion. Her father used to be a chef, and now she's really wanting to benefit from this program. When I hear those kind of stories, it really shows that these kind of grants that help expand opportunities really are impacting the lives that we really want it to. So congratulations to Rancho Cielo for continuing to bring in a lot of resources to amplify the programs for our youth. This Saturday, I'm going to be attending a book talk here at the Steinbeck Center in honor of Joe Kapp, who we honored in these chambers while he was still alive. He passed away last year, but he was the first Latino to join the NFL and the first Latino to quarterback during a Super Bowl. So I look forward to participating with Dr. Ignacio Ornelas on that. I just wanted to report, though, this week, just on the coalition, the Lead Me Home Leadership Council, which is our continuum of care for Monterey and San Benito counties. We have been working over the last several months to strengthen and expand our governance structure. But I did want to just announce that we do have a relatively new director, Katrina McKenzie. As I think last February, March, she took over as executive director as after a search. But before that, it was Genevieve Lucas Conwell, and before that, it was our own Roxanne Wilson. This is a very hard job, running the coalition of homeless service providers, but also the continuum of care. So just so you know, Katrina is the lead now, and we want to support her to be successful. They do get their own funding stream on federal dollars and the HAP dollars. And so we're hoping, we want to continue to coordinate closely with her and the other leaders that are part of our board to continue to amplify our work on addressing homelessness in Monterey and San Benito counties. The last thing I wanted to announce was just to wish my staff, Javier Gomez, a happy birthday. His birthday is tomorrow. I won't say how old he's turning. We'll just say quinceañera plus. But he has worked for me for 15 years, so it is a quinceañera in my office, 7 years in the assembly, on the campaign and in office, and then 8 years now for the County Board of Supervisors. He's probably one of the most dedicated, hardworking people I ever come across, and it's just been a pleasure having him in my office, and people are always delighted to work with him out in the community because he's always so positive on everything. And so happy birthday, Javier. Thank you, and wishing you happy birthday. Gracias.
Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. Well, I'll start with saying happy Mother's Day to my mom. I love you, Mama. And let's see here, what else do we have? I had the opportunity to attend the Veterans Transition Center, or Veterans Transitions Center of California, Hope for Heroes Gala this last weekend. And oh my gosh, the speakers had the most incredible stories to tell. The work that VTC is doing is absolutely phenomenal. We just spent a lot of time talking about housing. We've got 70 units of affordable rental housing going up for our veterans to effectively get us to what do they call it, an effective zero rate of homeless veterans in Monterey County once we get this project built. So tremendous appreciation to all of the work that VTC is doing. Also just want to give a huge big project. Marina High School had the stadium groundbreaking ceremony. This was a project that we worked really hard to get bond funding for when I was on the school board, and to see the projects actually coming to fruition. Marina High School is one of the newest high schools in MPUSD, and these kids have been waiting a long time for a stadium in their community where they can play sports, come together, and continue growing as a community. So it's a really big deal. And a huge shout out to everyone at MPUSD, Marina High School, who's made that possible. I really look forward to seeing folks at games there. But those are my comments for today. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll share, just like Supervisor Alejo, I want to send some appreciation to Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren. I spent some time with her in King City, where we were able to grant a couple checks, one for a EV parking lot, the other for an investment in our Family Justice Center. And then we made the trip down to San Lucas where there was no giant check presentation, but there was nearly $1 million communicated to the community for their drinking water. And we had a great sit down with her that lasted a little over an hour, where the community directly was able to share what their concerns and experiences were with their drinking water. So it was an extremely meaningful afternoon. And thank you to our amazing library staff. I saw Hillary in here earlier. I think she stepped out, but they did a great job of welcoming us to that awesome little facility in the community of San Lucas. So thank you to the Congresswoman for those efforts on behalf of our communities. This week, 39 of my colleagues from throughout the state will be joining us here in Monterey County for tours from RCRC. They'll be coming in tomorrow evening, and we'll be touring Tanimur and Anil, the Rancho Cielo facility, as well as the USDA research facility, amongst others here in Monterey County. So I want to welcome them as they come to discover what it's about. Here on the Salinas Valley side of Monterey County, all of them said, we're going to Monterey. I said, you're going to Salinas. But it's going to be a great experience for them. They'll be staying here in Salinas, and we'll be doing some events in Old Town as they come in Wednesday night. Also wanted to share that I had the opportunity to visit with a lot of my colleagues up at WIR. It was a short one up in Yosemite last week because I had to turn around and come home for the press conference Friday, which was announcing that we had caught 3 of those people responsible for the heinous atrocities that took place in King City in March. And so I want to thank the sheriff, her team, and all of their partners, federal, state, and local, for what they did to bring justice as an opportunity for justice to the community as it now plays out in the court system. But I know as we head into this weekend, which is our Salinas Valley Fair, one of those times when community really comes together, there is a big sigh of relief that the community has collectively been able to create, knowing that those folks are off the street. And so lastly, I want to share that obviously the Salinas Valley Fair is this weekend. Invite everybody out to join us. Saturday will be the livestock auction, which to me is the crown jewel and really shows who we are in Southern Monterey County when everyone shows up to support each other. And we were able to name the Expo building on the Salinas Valley Fairgrounds this last weekend after Nate Holliday, who was a giant in the agricultural community. And he gave a lot of his life to making sure that livestock auction happened every year, as he was the key coordinator for over a decade. So I want to thank his family for letting us remember him in that special way, forever marking the Expo building, which was recently redone to the tune of billions of dollars with a new floor, new AC system, and it's quite beautiful. If you come out, check out that building. It is unique and something that should be cherished for a long time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I have a few things to mention and then something very exciting that I will keep till the end. Just want to tell those who are listening that the housing element draft is out for public review. It's available in printed form as well as copies online. And the final day to add comment is June 6th. So please, if you are interested in weighing in, it's important to get it in by June 6th. There is the Monterey County Business Council is having its Supervisor Speaker Series, and I'm going to be the speaker this coming Friday at noon at the Hilton in Monterey. There are a lot of different events happening around town. The Court-Appointed Special Advocates Luncheon is this Thursday, and the Carl Cherry Center for the Arts Awards ceremony is on Saturday. But nothing, I don't think, is quite as important as what I have to say now, which is that the governor has just announced that 8 days in advance, Highway 1 is going to be open. There is going to be a stoplight essentially put in so that there will be unlimited access. People can go back and forth. It's not going to be in convoy session. It's going to be available for everyone to be able to come through. And I just really want to give a shout out of thanks to all of the people who have weighed in on this, from the governor to Tony Taveras, who's head of Caltrans, to those very brave workers who were working 24 hours a day, climbing down the side of mountains, putting in these incredible nails into this side of a road. I mean, it was just amazing, the work that went on. And our own public works folks, Randy especially, who were so helpful, doing things like ensuring there was no parking along the way at Bixby, particularly because it would just back up and not allow the convoys to go through. So there were so many people to thank, and I'm very appreciative of Nick and Maya, who have done so much work in ensuring that the public knew exactly what was happening with our Highway 1 closure. But I think most importantly, I really just want to thank the residents in Big Sur, the people who have gone through so much and who continue to just bounce back. We are very fortunate to have such an important part of the world and the world and state's economy as well, coming right through our area and in Big Sur. And there are so many people who just make it all work without any kind of ado. And I'm very, very thankful and very happy. It's going to open at 6:30 a.m. Friday morning. So if you feel like an early morning jog, please do come down. Thanks so much.
Thank you. So tomorrow night, the Castroville Library, the TAMSI Safe Routes to School project is holding a meeting between 6 and 8. This is a great project by TAMSI. They've already done it in South County and Salinas, I know. I don't know about over in the peninsula, how much they've done, but it's basically for the schools in Castroville, for bus stops, sidewalks, crosswalks, to make it safer for kids to get to school. It's actually going to later on expand out to 11 other schools altogether in North County. It has a really unique and great participatory budget process where the community gets together, decides on projects, and votes on it. It's a great plan. I like how they do that, and this is the initial meeting for it tomorrow. Unfortunately, in conflict with that, I'm holding our town hall in Moss Landing between 5:30 and 7 at the Moss Landing Harbor District. And I'll have to, after that's done, jump over to that TAMSI meeting for a few minutes. This Saturday is the, in Castroville, is Party in the Plaza, 10 to 4 at the Rec Center. There's a parade at 11 on McDougal Street. It's always a great event in Castroville. It's happening in Castroville, not just in Soledad. And that's so we're it's always it's a great thing there, especially until they bring back the Artichoke Festival, that is. So on Saturday also, another little conflict, which I'll have to attend to as well, is the Monterey County Historical Society is holding a rededication of the newly restored World War II monument between 10 and 3. It's also the 50-year anniversary of the Baranda Adobe being named to California's Landmark Registry, and the grand opening of the Historical Society's archival library. So it's all together a great event. And in Aromas on Sunday between 12 and 5 is Aromas Wine Walk at Aromas Community Park. You get to walk and drink wine, and as much as you can. We also want to make an announcement. A Natividad employee passed away last Friday. We will have a future adjournment in memory of Bridget Peterson on that. But I know we have two, we have some from...
But maybe you want to make your announcement about the traffic in Prunedale this weekend.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Trying to avoid it, were you?
Too many things going. Thank you for that.
That's a big one.
Yeah, don't go on the highways this weekend, because there's going to be major work on 156, and that's going to be a major backup. I would highly recommend stay home. Load up with whatever you want to get by the weekend and binge on TV.
Come to South County.
Yes, you're out.
Very good. Thank you for bringing that up, Supervisor. Any readout from County Council?
No reportable action from closed session.
And we have two today adjournments in memory, Supervisor Alejo and Lopez. I'll go alphabetically with Alejo first.
Yes, this is, as we know, this is AAPI History Month, and just last month at the Asian Cultural Festival, I was informed of the passing of one of our great community leaders, Mr. Wellington Lee. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we want to express our heartfelt sympathy on the passing of Wellington Lee. He was born on December 18th, 1944, and passed away on February 18th, 2024 at the age of 79 in Salinas. He was a fourth-generation Chinese-American. He was the 14th of 13 children, the eldest son to Albert and Daisy Lee. He had attended Hartnell College, Salinas High, Washington Junior High School, Lincoln School, and Salinas Chinese School. Wellington Lee continued his education, where he earned a BA in journalism from CSU Sacramento and an associate degree from Sacramento City College. He was drafted into the Army during the mid-1960s, where he completed basic training here at Fort Ord and was then stationed at Fort Richardson, Alaska. He was honorably discharged in 1971, and he held his first editor position in junior high school and at the age of 18, he became the youngest staff member of the Young China newspaper. Throughout his career in journalism, Wellington Lee was largely published in many articles in a wide variety of publications, including the Salinas Californian, numerous Chinese publications, and legal publications. As a local tour guide with the Asian Cultural Experience, he performed many Salinas Chinatown walking tours, and he was also interviewed by and featured on KQED Public Television, authored Salinas' Chinatown Memories in 2009, and co-authored our Salinas Chinatown in 2023. He was active in many community organizations, including the Chinese American Youth Association, the Chinese New Year San Francisco Festival as publicity chairman for public relations, the Chinese Association of Salinas, the Asian Spring Festival, and the Asian Cultural Experience. He is survived by 9 siblings, 4 nephews and a niece, 2 great-grandnephews and a grandniece, and numerous cousins. He will truly be missed by all who knew him. Today, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors will adjourn its meeting in memory of Wellington Lee out of respect for his service in the United States Army and the many contributions to the people and the communities of Monterey County. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On April 26, we lost a librarian for the Soledad Branch Library. Her name was Denise Campos. Denise joined the county as a senior secretary for the Resource Management Agency in 2005. She was later promoted to Code Enforcement Officer 1 and 2 for the same department. She transferred to the Monterey County Free Libraries in 2010, accepting the position of Soledad Branch Manager. While at Soledad, she formed close relationships with the Soledad Unified School District as the branch sits on the high school campus, and with the Soledad community at large. She was proud of the partnership she and the Greenfield branch manager, Don Vest, who is also her dear close friend, developed with the Soledad Correctional Training Facility, resulting in members of the population there donating funds to support both libraries. Of particular note was her leadership during the pandemic, when she co-led a library team in setting up 3D printing capabilities and other operations in the county surplus warehouse to produce masks during the first months of COVID. This both provided protection for our community agencies and first responders. It also provided work for her colleagues in the library system when branch buildings were closed to the public. One of Denise's passions was co-managing the Lunch at the Library grant program, an annual program that feeds children meals in the library when school is out. Through her leadership, the Soledad Library fed children 2,226 meals just last summer, and across all county libraries, children ate, played, and learned about healthy eating. Her loss is greatly felt by her friends and family in the library system and across the entire county family. And so we want to send our thoughts and prayers out to them and let them know that we are here in support, and we hold up her memory as the way that we all strive to be remembered and to live our lives in service of others. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And just before we adjourn here, I just want to announce that they're having the reception for the Arts Council exhibition opening out here at the Government Center, where we're all going to be going to right now. And this is just Monterey County artists, as I understand it. So this meeting is adjourned.